Now we get to welcome both the folks in the room and the folks online at the same time to the Zoom. We are learning so much about doing a hybrid event, and the number one thing we are learning is that it's absolutely staggering. We have guests in the room from all over Southeast and some visiting from farther north. We also have guests on the Zoom who are around the United States and also who are registered from Ketchikan, registered from Fairbanks, registered from Bethel, registered from Seward and from Skagway. This is the first time that the Alaska Statewide Music Summit has been truly statewide. So thank you so much for being here. You may feel like not a giant cohort, but we have so many people joining us, as you just saw on the gallery on screen. And we're absolutely thrilled you decided to be here to talk about music today. My name is Marian Call, and I am organizing this event today. And the first and most important thing that we want to do is to proudly proclaim that this event is coming to you from Tlingit Ani, and we are deeply grateful to the past, the present, and the future custodians of this territory, the Akwan. The only proper way to welcome you virtually or really to any event in Juneau is to begin by acknowledging that this space is very, very, very special. And it is special not only because of who is here now, but because of the generations and generations that have looked after it before us and will continue to do so long into the future. I would like to welcome, really the only way you could begin a music summit, with true local music. Will you please join me in spending some time with Lyle and Kolene and Corrine James.
Tuhakat kewa stikatihan yak air koskeni Gunalchéesh di aqua ya tumik ya yak air koskeni ya aklis kwasas duania ya akwan koyana kajunk ako ya stikatihan ya. We're honored to be able to be invited here today. The song that we're going to sing today is a song that my wife, myself, One, Lance Twitchell, composed. And it comes from a phrase from an elder who was a teacher in our community. His Tlingit name was Kingiste. His English name was David Katic. My wife, she's Kanakadi. One is Tlokakati, and I'm Kagwantan, and David Katic was Shungu KD. What I was saying was Tuhaka Kewa means good, the dawn has broke upon us again. And thank you all for being here today, and thank you for inviting us, reaching out to us. The phrase that we are going to sing is Iqadu Tletsin. And Iqadu Tletsin is a phrase that King Giste would always say to any of the students he would see. And what that translates to is, you are precious. So that's what we're going to sing today. And it's a gift song that we use, and we gifted to all those who are indigenous to Alaska. So I'm going to invite everybody. Kaidenak. I love that I didn't have to translate that. So what I'm going to ask you folks to do is we're going to do a couple things for styles of dancing. When you're dancing to this song, have fun with it. But there are two different styles. There's the upper range style of dancing, and that's usually sometimes known as the women's style, but I just call it the upper range style of dancing. And when you're dancing, you're going to bend your knees just a little bit. And everybody can do this here. And you hold your hands out. And what you want to do is you want to hold them straight out. You don't want to hold them out to the side because it'll look kind of too different, too weird, maybe too loose. But what you want to do is you want to hold it out like this here. Because one thing that our grandparents used to do is they used to come up and hold their hands to our chin. And that's exactly what you want to do, is you want to hold your hands out like you're holding your hands out to your grandchild. And Speaking of grandchild, we're newly grandparents, so. So that's what the grandmothers used to do, is they used to come up and they used to hold their hands under your chin, and they would tell you how precious you are. And then for the lower range style of dancing, you put your feet about shoulder width apart, and you want to get down as low as you can, and you want to hold that position, and you just go back and forth. Okay, so this is the upper range and lower range. Do what your body allows you to do, okay? All right, and this is the Ich Adutletin. Ich Adutletin. Ich Adutletin. Group.
Oh, you can clap. Gunalchéesh. I just wanted to acknowledge that not only are we honored to be here, but we're honored that you folks brought this event to Juneau. So Gunalchéesh for that. And also, he said that we became new grandparents, and I wanted to also say that my daughter became a new auntie. So Gunalchéesh.
I think I knew intellectually that that was the only right way to start today, but now I know in every part of my everything. So, Gunalchéesh, there is not enough to say about how perfect that was to begin. I'm just here to tell you for one moment before we really get going, what is the Alaska Music Summit? I see a couple of you that have come to the Music Summit in Anchorage before. But the summit is simply this. It is a gathering, and it's a gathering of, frankly, a ragtag band of artists who are trying to figure out how to put all this together, who are trying to communicate when we very often have no time or resources or additional bandwidth to communicate with each other. It's also a gathering of the organizations and the people that surround music, and the journalists and the arts councils and the libraries and the folks who do the booking and the venues and people who make instruments, right? There are teachers. There are so many, so many people who make a music ecosystem happen. And you're here because you're a piece of it in some way. So the Music Summit is simply a gathering, but we have found there is great value in gathering. We don't even always know what it is at the beginning. So what we just tried to do today, instead, you're not getting hour-long lectures, you're not getting super deep stuff, you don't have to take notes unless you want to. You can scribble on the paper if you want to. There's going to be a lunchtime exercise with that, but it's not off limits. Do whatever you want to do. We will say, though, that we have tried to bring in as many voices as possible, and we could be here for 5 days and still not begin to hear from all the voices. So we've invited artists to participate, we've invited people in the music ecosystem to participate, and they have answered. So as you're with our little ragtag band trying to figure out our Zoom and figure out our space, the one thing I think that you will find is really wonderful is the act of gathering itself. I would like to next, my schedule says next, that I'm going to pass things over to my compatriot Yngvil, so that she can get things rolling too. We're tag teaming this whole thing today. Yeah.
Thank you, Marian. Give Marian a massive round of applause. She does not rest, she does not sleep. And she does not reach the microphone up as high as I do. I've got one hand. I'm gonna introduce the next, no, it's fine, I've got 30 seconds according to my schedule. To introduce, thank you for starting out with the music of the local people. We're now going to hear from the Executive Director of Alaska State Council on the Arts. And thank you to everybody who just keep Alaska State Council on the Arts. Yes, give a round of applause for Alaska State Council on the Arts. A very small state agency with not a big budget, but they are the glue. When they, for a very short, luckily, period, were challenged by government and cut from the budget, the arts organizations did not know how to speak with each other. We managed to discover in a few summer weeks, a few years ago, that this Arts Council is absolutely essential to all of us finding out what's going on, to connecting, to build. And so even with a small budget and a very small staff, we would not be able to function very well without the Alaska State Council on the Arts. To greet you guys both here in the room and online, we have the Executive Director, Andrea Noble.
Hello to everyone gathered today for the 2023 Alaska Music Summit. I'm Andrea Noble, Executive Director of the Alaska State Council on the Arts, and I'm joining today from the traditional lands of the Eklutna-Dena'ina. I have been part of this public agency since 2006, appointed as Executive Director in 2016. I have the pleasure of working with a dedicated team of staff members and a board that cares deeply about arts and culture in Alaska. The Alaska State Council on the Arts is in our 57th year serving as your state arts agency. Our mission is to represent, support, and advance the creative endeavors of individuals, organizations, and agencies throughout Alaska. The Council has set out strategic goals that focus on efforts to build an Alaskan arts and culture sector for the future, and to grow Alaska's creative economy and develop the workforce of tomorrow. In our work at the Alaska State Council on the Arts, in partnership with state, federal, and private funders, we recognize the importance of independent musicians as leaders, creative visionaries, entrepreneurs, and critical to the ecosystem of the arts and culture sector. This includes artists across genre, across contemporary and traditional forms, and from inspiration through production. The most recent data, compiled by the National Assembly of State Arts Agencies, has noted that in the last 10 years, state arts agency grants to individual artists have increased. They also note that artists in the creative workforce across disciplines are 3.6 times higher, more likely to be self-employed, and 63% of all artists hold a bachelor's degree or higher. Artists are learners and creators, and according to the Future of Jobs report from 2018, creativity, originality, and initiative is the number 3 skill set predicted to be in demand for 2022 forward. The arts and culture sector in the United States of America represents $877 billion share of gross domestic product. This is greater than the share for transportation and warehousing and outdoor recreation calculated in 2020. We also recognize that during the pandemic, and now as we work toward recovery, performing artists and arts organizations were some of the first to close down and have struggled to return to public gathering and regular operation of venues. In Alaska, there have been significant efforts to support individual artists along with arts and culture organizations. At the Alaska State Council on the Arts, we have partnered with state, federal, and private foundations to make sure that individual artists, including independent musicians, were supported through the Alaska COVID Emergency Relief Fund and the Adaptation and Innovation grant categories directly. As we move forward, the Alaska State Council on the Arts will continue to grow our support for individual artists. Learning and connection resulting from the pandemic response is front of mind as we move forward with strategic planning, and we are grateful to be in partnership with the Alaska Independent Musicians Initiative through that process. In June 2022, Alaska State Council on the Arts hired Patty Oxatarik Lilly as the Indigenous Arts and Culture Program Director, and individual artist support is explicitly within this program area of focus. Since the Alaska Independent Musicians Initiative formed in 2017, we have had the opportunity to collaborate with the group in context of the Alaska Statewide Arts and Culture Conference, participation in the Alaska Music Summit, shared communications, and building partnerships around opportunities for music exchange and artist networking. Organizations like AKIMI are focused on connecting with, between, and to individual artists and musicians. This network development has increased connection between institutions of public and private funders, like the Alaska State Council on the Arts, to AKIMI's broader community. Likewise, AKIMI is bringing visibility to the ecosystem of professional and independent music practice and the needs of those artists building practice within and across that system. This work in Alaska is one of the key drivers of support for individual artists. Historically, we recognize that a state arts agency like the Alaska State Council on the Arts may not have been the go-to resource for independent musicians. Getting to know individual artists working outside of institutional infrastructure can be a challenge for the Alaska State Council on the Arts as a statewide entity. Groups like AKIMI are making connections and helping institutions like Alaska State Council on the Arts learn about the ecosystem of professional and independent music practice in our state. Recently, I heard the words of our new chair of the National Endowment for the Arts, Dr. Maria Rosario Jackson, when she made remarks to the Americans for the Arts Convention in May of 2022. Dr. Jackson spoke in terms of arts ecosystems and the artful life of Americans, as she considered direction for her leadership at the endowment when she said, "Artists and designers have many kinds of relationship with publics and roles within communities, so certainly our traditional understanding of artists as the makers of work that is to be presented or consumed by audiences is important. We also have to think about teaching artists, artists as problem solvers and thought partners, people who are able to get us, as I said before, unstuck. People who are able to help us see and achieve the kinds of societal goals that we say we want to achieve. Artists have a complicated set of relationships with communities that we don't fully explore or understand yet. We default to a very specific way of thinking about how they contribute to society when in fact, there's so many other ways of understanding their contributions. At the Alaska State Council on the Arts, we recognize the complexity, vibrancy, and value of the music ecosystem and its impact in our state. This summit serves as a scaffold for development of the Alaska music industry, and we feel fortunate to grow in our understanding of and investment in that shared interest. We are grateful and hopeful about our continued work together. We see your work and recognize the value you bring to your communities and to our state. We hope that you, as individual artists, culture bearers, and cultural workers who have joined together for the Alaska Music Summit, see the Alaska State Council on the Arts as an advocate and strong supporter. Thank you again for inviting us to join you.
I just want to welcome onto the stage the Interim Director of the Juneau Arts and Humanities Council, Reggie Schapp.
Thank you. I'd like to welcome you all to Juneau, and to you Juneauites, welcome to the Juneau Arts and Cultural Center. This center is run by the Juneau Arts and Humanities Council with cooperation for the City and Borough of Juneau. Tonight, we are proud to underwrite this project by providing this venue free of charge to the Alaska Summit. Thank you all for coming. Enjoy your time here in Juneau.
Okay, it's me again. So this is my time. My name is Yngvil Vatn Guttu, and I'm the executive director of something called Northern Culture Exchange, which is the nonprofit. I'm standing down here because I want you to see the beautiful pictures. Hope that's okay with the camera over there. We have exactly on Monday, 2 days from today, it's 10 years since we founded. So for 10 years, it's been a nonprofit umbrella for, we say in our value statement on our website, like-minded creatives. And basically what we're trying to do is to make art happen. And it has organically happened that what we're focusing on is music. So we run a bunch of programs. We are fiscal partners, and we are also currently figuring out a way to put a system together that there can be a more of a sort of clear pathway for individuals and groups who have ideas for how they can bring that creative idea to fruition, and how to maybe create their own nonprofit eventually, but also perhaps just do a one-off event, or start some kind of a small ongoing program that's got support in the community. So what we've done in the past, we've learned how to do this, we think, because we started, in alphabetical order. We're the home for the financial and the sort of administrative home for AKIMI, which is putting on this summit. We are also, let's see now, all ages music in Anchorage currently, but we're spreading the love across the state. And here's another shot. This is actually led by the band Sundog that are running workshops and doing quarterly concerts in Anchorage. Parlor in the Round. Has anyone been to Parlor in the Round? Kevin Worrell, we're fiscal partnering for him so that he can get funding and help that program run. Spinard Jazz Fest, it was my fault 15 years ago, and we're still going strong. It's one of the best loved little jazz festivals not in Texas, but in Alaska. And we're running in connection with Spinard Jazz Fest. We started a small, but I hope fast-growing movement to do music without leaving a trace and not disturbing nature, but music in the wilderness. So for 2 years now, we've been holding concerts in nature, and going to keep doing that. Northern Culture Exchange wants to have an open door, but not so open that we cannot keep our head straight and our house straight. So we're in the process of working, fiscal partnering with more individual artists. A good example is Alaska Electronic Orchestra, which is really the brainchild and baby of Rick Zielinski. Again, you see a lot of Anchorage-based people here. We really want to put it out there that people from all over the state can contact us if they have ideas that we can either say, we'll help you, or find somebody who will. And we're building the brand Music Alaska together with AKIMI as another avenue for us to organize and to be better known outside of the state if we want to, or to keep the secret with a beautiful brand Music Alaska here in the state. I think that was all I had. I just wanted to thank you again for being here, and contact us. We'll be, I think the moderators out there on Zoom will be able to provide emails and so on, and I will talk to you guys here in the room during the lunch break and so on. Thank you very much.
You rebel.
Yeah.
Do it. Oh, do it. Gonna do it. I'm gonna push the chairs back. I think that's why we don't want to get up here. There we go. Now I can pace. Yeah. You've already seen a lot of me. I'm Marian. I live here. I feel lucky to live here. And I've been working increasingly with AKIMI and NCE over the last 4 years. You roped me in as a volunteer, and then you roped me in a little more as an employee, and then even more. And now I can't stop, eat, sleep, and breathe in this stuff. So I really like it. AKIMI and Music Alaska, which is a brand that's still under development. We don't know quite what it is yet. We just know it's really, really cool, and that we would like more people to be participating in the definition of it, are what we're working on right now. And during COVID, our work changed really fundamentally. AKIMI used to be all about putting on big concerts or bringing artists to present places or like going to conferences. We couldn't do that for a while, and we thought, okay, well, what can we do while we sit around here with our Zooms if we can't do concerts? And actually the answer turned out to be a lot. There's a lot of work to do. It was very discouraging to look at the big scene of what was happening in music at that time. And I felt really lucky to be surrounded by some great teammates with whom we decided to do the doable thing. And doing the doable thing meant figuring out, okay, when can we reopen venues? What does that look like? We had folks sitting in those meetings and helping organize those meetings for the state. And then we did some work, wait, not yet. I'm just gesturing, I'm not slide advancing. You can stay here for a while until I mention it. And we started doing a lot of online homework. You know, when you're always busy doing events, any artists or arts organizations can possibly relate. When you're busy doing events all the time, you can't do your administrative homework that makes those events possible without a scramble, right? And so we started doing the boring homework of a lot of spreadsheets and things like that, right? And we also remembered that the internet is a tool that separates us, but it also connects us. And suddenly people across Alaska were remembering that we can connect with each other now in a way that really is a privilege and was very hard to do, especially as broadband reaches more places, and even just as people become more aware that there is value in connecting with someone online. It's maybe not as good as the real thing, I get it, but there's also a lot. We have shared Alaskan music like never before this way, right? I've played online concerts. I know some of you have played online concerts or attended them. And this is when we got the idea for the Alaska Playlist Project, which is one of our major projects right now. The Alaska Music Channel was an idea of Michael Howard and Yngvil and some other folks a few years ago. And this was, let's make a Spotify playlist of all our Alaskan artists and show it off to the world, because no one will believe how good our stuff is in this state. And then the Alaska Music Channel kept growing and growing because we keep finding more amazing artists. We thought, okay, what can we do? Now I'm gesturing you. What can we do to level this up? And we decided that we could do more. We could make more playlists. The algorithm is hard on all of us, especially little indie folks who pour our hearts and souls into a record and then get 100 listens. We decided to band together and bring our music together for a Listen Alaskan, Play Alaskan campaign. So we have created a Spotify profile now, and we've created 15 playlists. We have 3 more that are kind of halfway ready to go. We have a guest playlist by DJ Katie Bosler here at KTOO, who's going to be presenting a Women of Alaska Music playlist very soon. And our local radio station, KTOO, is going to start using these playlists now to start playing Alaska musicians more in all genres from all over the state. We do have a Juneau playlist. It's very good. If we've forgotten anyone, good news. You can see that big button up in the corner. It says submit songs. That's the first thing you see on our website, alaskaplaylistproject.com. And when you hit that, you can tell us which songs we are missing. And which bands we're missing, because there's so many good bands all the time. So tell us right here, that's how long the form is. It's like copy a link, add a band, add a song, tell us which playlist. It's very easy. And we've had over 80 submissions now of new songs. I found a ton of new bands. I'm so excited that this is working. Anyone can use it. And I'm excited because this was small. It was just building a website and a database and thinking about it hard and asking some very brilliant radio folks about how to do it because they have a lot of experience. It was the doable thing. And so we've started doing it. And that's inspired me to look for the next doable thing. Go on ahead, let's skip. That's spreadsheets. Only I like that. I do love this. Go listen to it. It's great. And let's go ahead one more. One of the other doable things that we found out we can do is research. Maybe that doesn't sound very exciting, but we're going to talk a little bit about it today, because I can't say how many times in traveling around the state people have said, I wish there was a list of all the musicians. I wish there was a list of all the venues. I wish there was a list of all the camps and festivals. I wish there was a list of places to get grants. And a lot of people have put time and effort into making these lists, but we haven't been doing research. We haven't been doing data. We've been doing little projects here and there that run out of energy, right? And so the next step is to do real research. We participated in some. We got a study done. Is anyone else excited by that? I'm a nerd. We got a study done about Juneau compared to Tórshavn, the capital of the Faroe Islands, and Nuuk, the capital of Greenland. We got a comparison of our policy profile and our music sector and how many businesses and teachers we have. And they gave us recommendations of here's what you can do. Here are your doable things. It's a 160-page study that you can actually download. It's already there at centerformusicecosystems.org, the Nordic study. And we can present this to the assembly and say, hey, look, even this study says we need more all-ages venues where kids and teenagers can play and where teachers can participate with youth. Getting a study done may sound boring, but that was the doable thing for us right then. And it's a very useful thing for us going forward, because knowing ourselves, knowing our scene is going to enable us to do so much more. All the tools people have always asked AKIMI for and always wished for at every gathering of musicians I've ever been at, the way we start building them is with some patience and some study and being a little bit boring and nerdy, but also bringing in our fellow musicians, no matter what their inclination is. I'm running out of time, but I wanted to share some of my dear friends that we took on a trip. When we go out on these trips representing Alaska, it's like not very glamorous sometimes in the moment. You're just like, well, here I am. I'm doing my set. It's my moment. Okay, now what? We took everyone here, including a bunch of Juneau friends, to Austin, Texas music conference for them to encounter the music industry and to play a showcase. But the thing is, even when it's just you and your buddies out there playing all genres and like wondering what you're doing in Austin, sometimes you get to become superheroes and make magic in the right light, right? That's one of the most wonderful things about being a musician. I'm going to end so that I don't run out of time with 11 seconds left. And next we are throwing to something I'm very excited about, which is we wanted more people to be a part of this. We always want more people to be a part of this, but we couldn't fit, we couldn't budget, we couldn't everything. And then I realized, wait, we can invite people to share something with us in just 1 minute. So we invited people to share something with us in just 1 minute, and we got a wild variety. And let me tell you, everyone in here is a musician or a music activist that I would stake my life on. And I love, 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 love just the realness of the people in this room, in this community. Some people sent us music, some people sent us a chat. We're going to share some of those now, and then we're going to listen to a bunch of artists and art makers talking about how music can level up.
Gunalchéesh, Shaakindustóow Ed Littlefield, Guttu, Ruel Lubag, Uduasak. We are the native jazz duo, and we are performing a song called Ha'ani, which translates from Tlingit, All Our People's Land Day. Gunalchéesh. Ha'ani, Ha-ya he inaha Gunalchéesh Stakat Yuhan Ha-ani yagi. yagiye ayahe inaha Gunalchéesh lakaduhan haani yagiye.
I'm Justin Smith. I'm a guitar player. I make records with Rusty Recordings. Is my music production, audio recording, quote unquote business. And I have been making a lot of records in the last few years. Usually I bring my gear over to Juneau and record people over here in various spaces, whatever space we can find that's best for the music. And sometimes I do, work over in Gustavus, but I'm pretty relatively portable, although I tend to fill a truck up with gear because I want to have everything I might want to use for a project. But I did a progressive metal record called Chronicles by a group called Hypnosis, which are some musicians from Spain, Alaska, and Oregon that got together on the web to make some crazy progressive metal music that I mixed for them. I did a record I'm really proud of. I'm proud of all of them. I did a record I'm really proud of called Sonus by Sean Patrick, who's in Gustavus, incredible rock singer, songwriter, guitar player. Sean Patrick Sonus, S-O-N-U-S. And then I came over to Juneau later and recorded and mixed Annie Bartholomew's forthcoming record called Sisters of the Whitechapel. What else? Right now I'm working with a great singer, songwriter, guitar player, all around musical guy in Juneau named Josh Fortenberry on a record of his songs, which has some singer-songwriter type stuff, acoustic based, some bluegrass musicians involved. It's not a bluegrass record. Great songs, great singing, great collaboration of many of the great virtuoso musicians we have over here in Juneau. And we're tracking that right now, which is why I'm in Juneau at this moment. And hopefully mix that later this winter. And I'm looking for the next thing to come down the line.
Nashawu Yuchatoshak Dleipkach Enach Ashley Young. My name is Ashley Young. I'm a Tlingit singer-songwriter based in Anchorage, Alaska. 2023 has been the highlight of my solo career so far. Starting off really strong in January, I'm doing a parlor in the round, and I got the privilege of opening for medium builds. So naturally, I am stretching myself. I'm stretching my instrumentation. I'm bringing my solo sound into a more energetic, full band sound, and I'm hoping for a lot more amazing opportunities this year, yet to be decided. But you can catch me at Ak Rock in Juneau this year.
Hello, friends. Oh man, just watching those videos makes me want to go Google bands and listen to all my friends play music and listen to all their albums. My name is Kat Moore. I perform as the forest that never sleeps, and I'm an Anchorage-based musician, songwriter, and music educator. And I'm just so glad to be here today with all of you. So thank you so much for having me. Thank you to AKIMI and Underground Connection for inviting me down. When I was tasked with the task of talking to you all, it was presented to me as, the official wording was, as a musical innovator. What have you found has worked in the Alaskan music scene? What hasn't worked? And how has this region, this unique place, affected what you have learned as a musician and the way you operate? And then Marian came out and said it the real way, I'm just a ragtag musician trying to make it happen. So I'm gonna talk to you about a few things today. First and foremost, thank you for the slide that you've shared with me. I don't have any other slides, so we'll get there, but I'm gonna have you visualize in a moment. But before you do that, I'm gonna have a moment here. Take out your phone if you have one. It's totally okay. The speaker's telling you to look at your phone. I want you to look at your phone. I want you to find whatever you use, Google, Chrome, Safari, and I want you to type in alaskaplaylistproject.com. And like, you can just cheer or something when you're done. And when it's loud enough, I'll figure that we've all done it. You don't have to enter anything yet, but I just want you to open it on your phone. So it's that tab that's hanging there when your battery's low, you're closing tabs and you're like, oh, wait a second, I'm supposed to do something with this. So as you're pulling it up, everyone in this room is here because you are a musician or you are part of the music community. So please add yourself to that website. I cannot say it enough. I play music probably 350 days a year, and I barely exist on the internet. This is a way for people who are out in the live scene, doing their thing, loving music, living, breathing, sleeping, eating music. I hope you're not eating music. That's not really healthy, but there's snacks on the back table. But while you're there, you know, this is a way to share your music with people who might be interested. If you're not the kind of person who's like, cool, I got a bunch of money, I'm gonna go visit Justin Smith and record a record right now, but you should also fundraise. We'll get to that later. Anyway, there's opportunities everywhere. But right now, right here, this is a way to connect with everyone here in this room, everyone out on Zoom. Hello, thanks for tuning in. And please, you have your phones out at home too. You're on your computer. You can just search this. It's very easy. So AlaskaPlaylistProject.com. Shout if you've got it up. Okay, sweet. Please add yourselves later. I will do the same. So now, since I didn't bring any slides, I want to just visualize something. So we're going to take a moment. We're going to close our eyes, and we're going to visualize caca. I know that's a weird visualization. I don't mean it like the potty talk. I want you to picture the letters K-A-K-A. Because as I was thinking about what is the most important thing to me that has worked as a musician, I kept coming up with these words, these 4 or 6 words. 2 of them K's, 2 of them A's. Know your art, know your audience. Those are the 2 most important things that I've learned as a musician. I didn't choose music. I feel like music chose me. It was an accident. I was trying to become a park ranger, and I was in college for environmental science, and I spent every night playing piano by myself in the music house, and then like waking up too late for bio, and I failed my classes. And then I was like, oh no. And anyway, that was a long start to an interesting, beautiful, tumultuous journey that has brought me here today. And I don't regret a single moment of it, even the thousands of dollars in the first year of college that I wasted on bio classes that I didn't attend. But I'm so happy I'm here, and I'm so happy that what brought me here was my love of art. And so when I say know your art, what I mean is that you have to know what you want to do to find success. And I feel like most of you out here, if you're here today, you already know what that is. You're making art in some form, whatever it may be, instrumental, songwriters, sharing with, directing choirs in a lobby of the Jack, you know, whatever you do, you are here because you know what you love. Now, that is the most important thing. And there's one more A that we're going to add to that: authenticity. Once you know that, you are going to get thrown in, you're going to be going down the business gamut. Stay true to whatever it is that you love. Absolutely. And I know that sounds like vague kind of hippie speak, but what I mean is like the world has a way of taking us tangentially, right? Every morning when we wake up, you're like, I'm going to do those sit-ups, and then you email instead or do something, or, you know, you have to make food for your kid and you don't get that moment to write a poem or write a song. But it happens in business as well. When you start making art, you'll find that like people will be like, oh, this is engaging. And then you'll start getting asked to do all kinds of things that are outside of your box, outside of your expertise. And that's great. It's growth. But you always have to stay true. So I always want to remind everyone to take a moment to just focus in on like, why am I here? Why do I do this? Why do I do this? And how do I keep offering that as the main focus? Now that said, I'm going to totally bring us to the second part of the caca that you're still visualizing in your head. And that is know your audience, right? So now, for example, I am a piano player who also loves to play other instruments. I love to sing songs that are like emotional conversations with the audience. I can also go out there and play some like rowdy saloon piano and make you just dance all day, right? And that is fun sometimes, but ultimately, like, I love to do the former. And so know your audience. People will fall in love with you when you're passionate about anything, right? When you're out there doing your thing, they're gonna be like, oh my gosh, this is incredible. Oh, when you do that, that's also incredible. But you have to learn what kind of audience you wanna curate for your art, right? Because you're always gonna keep making art, but as the overarching tides of life take you, you have to still control, you still have to swim a little bit, right? Direct yourself. So when I think about that, you can know your audience and you can be adaptable, right? If you get booked at a bar that's gonna be loud and rowdy, maybe you start to play a little bit more of those sets that are loud and rowdy. But ultimately, you wanna curate the audience that meets your art the best. And I say that as someone who has failed to do that myself in the past and had to reevaluate and take a look and go, okay, what is it that I love to do? How do I find that audience? And how do I know when I've found that audience? So, so sort of touching on those two things, knowing your art, really taking a moment to sit with yourself, figure out what it is that you do. Describe it. Have your friends describe what you do. Take a moment to really like write it down, and then figure out who is the audience that's listening to me do this? How do I bring them in? How do I keep them? How do I expand that group of people, right? Because there will always be an audience for art and music, but we want to find the right audience for ourselves so that our art can stay authentic. So I think being adaptable is important, but also recognizing that you want to know the audience that you want to play for or share with or work with in any capacity. One last thing on that topic, I teach music as well, and I have learned that, as you may have realized in the past, I don't know, what are we up to, 4 minutes, 5 minutes, 6 minutes, that I like to talk. I like to nerd out on things, and I realized that I am much better with adults. I love to talk to adults. I love to talk about theory. And so there was a certain point in my teaching career where I said, you know what? I'm not going to start teaching people until a certain age. And that has been so beneficial for me. My days end feeling way more fulfilled. I feel more enriched. I feel like I'm able to offer my clientele more, which ultimately at the end of the day, if I distill that down, means that I am giving people music in a way that I'm passionate about and allows them to be passionate about. So if my aim as an instructor is to really share music, I'm doing it more effectively by holding that boundary, knowing what audience I need to have. So those two things, Kaka, it's what? Know your, right on. And if you want to add the extra like ka, you can be authentic, but also adaptable, right? So hold those things. Okay, now I don't have any weird visual metaphors for what didn't work, but I can tell you right now, and this kind of goes hand in hand with what we were talking about. Over the years, I've been playing music in Alaska since 2011, and it has been an absolute whirlwind. I've loved every second of it. But I've also found moments where we kind of hit roadblocks and things like that. And what I've learned is that you can't push too hard. If you find yourself in any music, be it art or professional, pushing to what feels like a barrier, take a step back, because that is a degradation of the authenticity of why it began. And does that make sense? This is interactive. Okay, so, and I just say that because, you know, when you love something so much, which all of us who choose to do this, period, or as a business even more, you know, like as we all experience, we love it so much that sometimes it's easy to have those blinders on and be like, we're gonna do this way and it's gonna happen. But if you find yourself like hitting these walls, stop, you know, figure out why it isn't working and take a step back and reassess. And that involves a lot of communication with your clients, your colleagues, your friends, anyone you're interacting with in music. And that will help you get back to the root of why we do this. The next thing is don't compromise your art to meet a venue's needs. It is really tempting. How many of you like money? Okay, this is a humble crowd. All right, fine. If anyone out there who didn't raise their hand wants to give me their money, I'll take it after the show. Just meet me. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, right? Like for those of us who are making art as a means of survival, fiscal survival, it's really easy to look at something and go, oh, you want to pay me $2,000 to just play cover songs on a saxophone? Okay, I'll learn the saxophone, fine. but we can't do that. And I experience it even in my own trade as a pianist. Many times I find myself going to play these shows that, you know, are more suited for a band or something, but I take it because I know I can do it. But again, there we go with that tide. I stop swimming and I start flowing. So I've learned that over the years, when you try to allow yourself to meet a path that isn't your own, even if the money is good, you will find unhappiness at the end of it. And there's no amount of money that's worth that, you know, because doing what we do is the single most fulfilling feeling in the world, aside from maybe loving our families or our loved ones, at least for me. And I think most of you would agree. I'm not going to put words in your mouth. So I'm probably rapidly running out of time. But the last thing I wanted to touch on was how the geography of this place has affected me as a musician and how it's changed what I do. I would go as far as to say that I have tried my hardest not to change what I do, even though I told you all about being adaptable like 5 minutes ago. But I would say dare to dream. This is a wild place, and people here are so used to things being difficult and hard and crazy and weird and distant that people are willing to do a lot of things for artists. And so I would say just dare to dream. Ask if there's a way. If you want to bring a kalimba, marimba ensemble to a tiny village, see if there's some way you can fly it up there. Like, ask. I've put a piano and a tiny float plane to Lake Clark and played 5 feet in front of bears. Luckily, there was an electric fence, but things, people are eager to absorb and digest art wherever. So dare to dream. Find out, be authentic to yourself, love what you do, know what it is you do, and then offer that and see if there's a way. Last thing that I can say, the geography of this place is very vast. And I know, how many of you are from Juneau today? Okay, cool. How many of you are not from Juneau today? All right, so we've got people from all over. Everybody on Zoom is raising their hand, maybe. We have people all over the place. And the most important thing that Alaska has taught me is that it's so important to connect. As we have groups like AKIMI and the Alaska State Council on the Arts working as our advocates, we are not in a situation of scarcity, and we can learn so much from each other and we can help each other. And I think about standing here in a room with so many of you, so many colleagues, so many friends, so many soon-to-be friends, and it's the musical connections that have nurtured these relationships. And they've helped me both, be able to come down here right now on a business front and have an incredibly enriching feeling inside as friends who have formed incredible bonds. So just remember to connect. This place is very far. Meet as many people as you can and offer your collaborative services, make art, and have a great time. And and I hope we all get to do that together sometime. So thank you so much for letting me share.
Thank you so much, Kat. Next, I'm just going to take 10 seconds to introduce a video. And we're going from an inspirational keynote, I would call it, and to a more sort of informational, factual interview that I did earlier this week. There's a rumor going around, and this video is concerning a job opportunity. So we thought, what are we doing? Programming a lot of different kinds of things. Here's an interview that I did earlier this week with Codie Costello, who is the CEO of the Performing Arts Center in Anchorage, and Dan Anteau, who has been running the technical side of things at the UAA, University of Alaska Anchorage, until the theater department was sadly cut. Dan is not giving up on anything. He's still running the fine arts building up there, and there is now a program. They're going to talk about a job opportunity and education opportunity statewide for people who are seeking to make money, not necessarily on the stage, but helping with the technical side of things. And that's also something that is part of many musicians' income stream. So we thought it would be relevant, and this is a little bit of a peek into an opportunity in the future.
Well, I can start off and then kick it over to you, Dan. The Performing Arts Center has wanted to partner with UAA for years, so I'm so excited that this has come to fruition. And we're all of us have been impacted by COVID, but even beyond that, there's a great opportunity to partner with the university to develop a really robust, well-rounded education program through this new technical theater certification that provides like I said, a well-rounded education around technical theater. No matter what venue you want to work in, it would be transferable and applicable to any venue is our goal. Of course, we want people to come work at the PAC, but our plan is to really create a strong community of technical theater artists that can support the really rich arts culture here in Alaska. Coming out of COVID, one thing that we've developed is a new partnership with the Nederlander organization that will bring 4 major Broadway tours to the Alaska Center for the Performing Arts every year, starting in August of 2023. We'll be kicking off that new program with Hamilton. So we will have a very robust season. Yes, I'm celebrating too, Dan, of Broadway shows that need, really, like I said, well-rounded, skilled technical theater labor to support those events. But beyond that, it's not just about Broadway. We have a myriad of users of this facility and multiple venues across the state that really need those, well-educated, experienced workers to support all the arts across the state.
Yeah, I can say that, my phone rings pretty much off the hook all the time asking for people to assist with technicians. And that's not a recent development. That's been sort of all along. And so we're really excited to be able to put this occupational endorsement certificate together in technical theater. The way that it's currently structured right now, I believe it's 5 courses. It's a minimum of 5 courses. You start out using just a basic entry level, how to, exist in this industry from the technical theater side. And when you pass that test, then you will also be GRIP certified at the Performing Arts Center. And from there, then you can kind of go a lot of different ways. We have a sewing and wardrobe class. We have a lighting and lighting programming class. We have an audio and audio engineering course. We have a fly and rigging class, and we're developing a carpentry class. We are also looking to try to, whenever we're engaged in these classes, we're going to try to get as much on-the-job training, and we're creating partnerships throughout the community. So if there's an event that's happening down at the Performing Arts Center, then we might take the class in and try to, ask questions about how they set up their audio, what they might have done special with their rigging or their lighting. But if there's an event at the Denina Center, the hope is to go and look at how they set up their venue. And I'm looking to create partnerships with the different artists in the community to help kind of mentor us as we go through these classes. As of right now, we don't have a huge online component to the OEC classes, but that's something that we're trying to develop into. And, we all know Alaska is the largest state, but we also have a very small community. And so, popping from one community to another is something that a lot of us do anyway. And so I think that I want to help sort of strengthen that network and just, help them build it out. We have a tremendous amount of support, and I'm really grateful for all of Codie's help and support putting this together. The dean of our college is very supportive of this program, but putting a program through the university takes a little bit of time, and we're anticipating no roadblocks or road bumps, but it will take most of this spring semester to get it officially completely approved and ready for applicants. But that being said, we are going to do some beta testing. We're going to offer a couple single support classes or single topic classes. And I'm going to toss it over to Codie to tell us a little bit about some of the workshops that are going to be happening that I also hope to be involved with down at the PAC.
Yeah, thanks, Dan. Yeah, throughout the spring, we will be offering workshops, training workshops in electrics and other topics to the existing IATSE membership, but we're also looking for ways to open that up to others that may not be current members, may be working in other venues, an opportunity for them to come in and increase their skills.
Ideally, in the courses, I would love to get groups of anywhere between 6 to a dozen. The focus really wants to be on getting as much hands-on and sort of learning by doing. And I think that's really best facilitated by smaller course sizes. Yeah, so Codie, do you want to talk about the need or the demand?
Yeah, I mean, the call sizes that we have here at the PAC vary widely. You know, for a Broadway show, we could need anywhere from 50 to 80 stagehands for a load in, but then it'll go to, you know, maybe 30 for the run, and then we'll bulk up to need 50 to 80 stagehands for the load out. We have 9 resident companies here at the Performing Arts Center, and then a myriad of other users and events. Right? We do over 300 events every year. So there's definitely consistent and ongoing work. There's places all across the state and other venues in Anchorage, Juneau as well, that need skilled labor. So I know we need riggers. We need audio people. I'm talking to all of you. So those are 2 categories of experience that we definitely could benefit from. So if that's you, come talk to us.
I was told about this earlier. Let's welcome our next guest to the stage, who is here in the room. And this is Derek Haukaas from Frostline Production and himself. Please have a seat. Please give a warm Juneau welcome to Derek from Dillingham. Hang on. See and be seen.
Hello.
Hi, Derek. Oh, I was supposed to say that. Hi.
Sorry.
This is so nice. It's like, now it's starting, you know, now we're sitting down doing the panel thing, whatever. I'm putting my timer on. We're so pleased that you would talk to us today. We're kind of in the area of professional music talks, and you are a professional musician. You're a drummer, excellent audio engineer, excellent everything, now producer. So my question is, what are you up to these days? You tell a little bit about who you are and what you do. Can you take it from there?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'll interrupt you as good as I can.
Please interrupt at any point. Thank you, and thank you all for letting me be here.
Yeah, you were over there.
Yeah,
See, I'm interrupting you already. You were sitting over there. What are you doing for Alaska Music Summit? Let's just get that one straight.
So I work for Frostline Studios, and we do video and audio, and we've got a recording studio, and we have a lot of fun. And part of also what we do is live streams, and so we're here helping out with the live stream for this.
Yeah. And normally you sit in a very comfortable chair.
Yeah,
at
normally
Frostline
in
Studio.
a room that has no windows, which is a little sad, but it's okay because it's a very beautiful space, very great sounding space. And so we record bands and voiceovers for TV shows and location audio, and so all sorts of things. So I work there. I've been working there full time for nearly 3 years. And it's a lot of fun. And
how did you get into being, I know you're drumming, I've played with you, we've heard you, very impressed by your drumming, but I'm also very happy with your sound engineering skills. How did you get into doing that part of things, audio engineering?
It was kind of a mixed thing. It was through, I started playing on studio sessions as a session musician, and kind of started to look around the control room, like all this stuff is really cool. Like there's all these knobs and lights and meters and everything. So I got interested in that and started just asking friends who were studying audio questions and all that. And then I kind of really got into audio through live sound, and then kind of transitioned to more of the studio set.
So you don't have like a PhD in audio science or anything like that?
I don't.
Yeah, that's okay. I mean, we're very happy about that, actually.
I'm grateful for that.
So through work, there's a lot of musicians coming through Frostline, and you're also doing the live sound. You meet a lot of musicians, and then I'm guessing that's how you have gotten into the idea of kind of focusing on producing particular artists and things like that. Could you tell us a little bit about your producing?
Absolutely. So I do producing through the studio, but along with that, one of my kind of personal projects that I'm working on and have officially started this past year in 2022 was I am building a sponsorship for Indigenous songwriters and musicians and performers to be able to get them access to really great sounding spaces and really great quality recordings of their work. Because I know that there's, well, I'll back up. There's a really beautiful thing happening right now with a surge of representation in the arts, especially within TV and film and such, for Indigenous artists. And so I wanted to be able to use my skill set as an audio engineer to be able to offer help to Native fellow artists. So that's kind of what I'm getting off the ground. My goal, my 5-year goal, is to be able to offer 5 Native artists a year a fully produced and released album at no cost to them. And so, yeah, thank you. I'm super, super excited about it. I'm really grateful I was able to receive the Rasmussen Project Award to kind of as a seed for this. And so the first project is with Witty Young Man, and she's out of Anchorage. And so we're about, I'd say about 95% done with her EP. So that hopefully will be coming out soon. So yeah, that's kind of.
It's exciting.
Yeah,
yes. Very good. And how can I just ask then, because I don't really know, this is genuinely interested in asking the question, how do you go about finding support for something like this? This is sort of organizational question.
Well, firstly, with Rasmussen, you've been one of the main people.
No, that was not why I was asking. Cut.
Every year I get a text. I have gotten a text from you like, Rasmussen deadline's coming up. You need to apply.
And you did it this time.
I finally did it. But yeah. So as far as looking for further funding through that for this project, lots of Googling. Yeah.
Lots of Googling. That's where you find the money, right? On Google.
Yes, Google, there's a button. You just, just looking for different sort of grants and funds for these types of art projects in Alaska and outside as well.
So a thought is formulating here. Truly, this is not scripted, but I'm thinking about what we have coming up later about funding for the arts, and we've already heard Andrea Noble from the Arts Council say in her introductory speech that there is a change. There's a upcoming, there has been quite a change, and I've noticed that since living in Alaska for 2 decades now, that there was virtually no focus on our interest in or understanding of the need to promote or to fund individuals like yourself who didn't have an org or a company or anything, but this is what we do. But would you say that it's a much greater understanding, but a need to maybe, I don't know, consolidate, inform, create some kind of information bank about individual artists' opportunity for funds?
Yeah, when I saw that, I was really excited about that, because it is hard to find, like there's not really very many databases that okay, these are the places that you need to apply if this is the category that you fit into. So yeah, I would say that is definitely a really.
And the Arts Council, State Arts
thing.
Council has already had that, but it may not have been, there's some kind of linking, a connection point between this perceived theoretical knowledge and the actual, this person X who has this idea and has this passion, I am the person who's supposed to go and apply for that or figure out. And can I also ask you one question? I don't know the answer to this. Have you reached out in person to people to get support for, in terms of representatives for funding organizations, so networking with the people whose job it is to give away the money? Do you do that?
So far, it's been through email. Yep.
Right. Okay. But you're in connection with them. Back to your thing. When going into, I wasn't going to talk about money, but I'm very interested in it. So I thought we'd just kind of touch on that. Now, It sets up what we're talking about later. But final question, where do you think the future is for you then and your field in Alaskan music production? How does the future look? Is it bright? Is it foggy? What's it?
I feel it's hopeful, and I like really all I want to do and be a part of is helping artists. Yeah, I just want to facilitate and help them realize their songs and have their songs, the recordings and the production of them be exactly what they've imagined in their minds, and for them to be just really proud of it and to make it accessible for communities that it hasn't been accessible to before.
And sounding awesome.
Yes.
Give it up for Derek Haukaas. The moderators will put out contact information. Anybody that you on Zoom want to connect with that you've seen or heard here today, we trust that our wonderful moderators out there will provide the connection. And you guys who are here in the room, just go and talk to them. So next, we're actually going on Zoom, and we're already on Zoom because Marian is next, and she's going to be conversing with Ed Littlefield.
Hello. I'm chatting with y'all, and I hope you can hear me. I'm in the back room. I had to sneak back here to chat with our friends on Zoom. Hi. I'm in the Jack Art Gallery. You can see the current show behind me of new work. And I'm very privileged today to be able to welcome a composer who is very inspiring to me as a composing nerd. And Ed Littlefield, it's really a thrill to be able to meet you. Thank you for agreeing to be with us today.
Gunalchéesh, good to be here. Thanks.
Yeah. Can I ask you, for people not familiar with your work, you have been involved in more amazing projects in the last year or two, not to mention before that. Could you tell us a little bit?
Just the last year? Yeah, so I've done a couple pieces at Perseverance Theater in Juneau. I've worked at the Sitka Fine Arts Camp as an educator. Started the first year of 3 for the Tlingit Opera Project, which is very exciting. Let's see. Wrote the music for a Tlingit Christmas Carol, so wrote about 9 songs for that one, and acted in it as well.
Who were you?
Yeah, who do you think I was? Bah humbug. I was Scrooge.
You did a bah humbug.
Thank you. I did do a bah humbug, so that was really fun. And then most recently, I just finished up in Juneau, Where the Summit Meets the Stars, which was a Foley type piece, but a really great play written by Frank Cattess.
I have never seen anything like that. And I'm getting an echo, so I'm going to investigate whether I need to do anything. I'll wait for the mods to tell me if I need to, but my echo is gone. Hopefully it is for you too. I have never seen anything quite like Summit Meets the Stars. And actually that was a perfect moment for a spooky audio thing to occur because it was Foley and composition and dance and culture. It was really an elevated theater score. It's almost hard to describe, but it's, I am excited seeing not only you as a musician interacting with theater, but also you're interacting almost with at the same time with like dance and language and kind of 7 different spaces at once and bringing this cultural voice to all of them.
Yeah, it was an amazing project. Frank asked me to be in a play and I said, oh, I don't think I'm going to act anymore. So he goes, great, we're going to put you as a musician in the show. It's like, okay. But it's otherworldly. It was great to find sound effects. I was singing Tlingit songs inside of that, using Tlingit language throughout the whole piece, the whole work. And but then I got to hit pots and pans and make noisemakers and play the trumpet a little bit and water gongs. And it was amazing just to have fun with all that.
Oh, you bring such a unique voice, both an Alaskan voice and a Tlingit voice to your work. And I think Alaskans often have unique things to say. And I'm curious about what you would tell a composer or a young Alaskan making music who's trying to figure out how to integrate the strangeness of the voice that you get coming up here as a musician with the world around you. What would you tell people about finding their way?
Man, well, it doesn't work for everybody, but what I feel for music is I think we should do what our backgrounds are from. So I grew up going to fish camp in Sitka and doing that for years and years and learning songs and learning stories. So that's my background. And so that's who I am. And so I use those stories to make my music. There's a way, I think everything, if you have a story behind whatever you're doing, you can make a story in your music, that is the most effective because no one can fault you for being you. And I think that is really powerful to share who you are. I spent a lot of years learning jazz drums and like trying to be a jazz drummer. And after a while, somebody was like, well, that Great American Songbook, all those hundreds, thousands of songs, you don't have any connection with those, right? And so that's when I first started. I was like, oh, I have these Tlingit songs that I can use. I am Tlingit, why don't I use them, right? And there was some things I had to work through to get to that point, to be able to use that. But using who you are as a human being is so important to share with other human beings, because I think that brings us closer together musically, and it's more real, right? The music becomes more real because you are doing something that is you already. You're not trying to be something else, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Can you think of any specific opportunities or institutions that you think people might not know about that have helped you, or that you think are of interest to folks coming up right now?
Yeah, well, I mean, I've done a lot of residencies for the Alaska State Council on the Arts over the years, the last 15 years. See Alaska Heritage Institute in Juneau has been really helpful, supporting me as an educator, as a teaching artist as well. That's, it's really difficult to be a full-time musician, anybody. There's very few people that only play music. And so if you can find organizations that help you with getting you into the classroom or even some teaching things, I think that's awesome. So see Alaska Heritage, State Council on the Arts, those have been great.
Oh, good. I should mention, actually, that we're being visited by a representative of the Alaska State Council on the Arts today in Juneau, but also she's new to the State Council on the Arts. Patty is focusing specifically on individual artists. And we're very excited to see a lot more of that in the future coming from ASCA. I think we have time for one or two more questions. So we are underrepresenting educators here today, unfortunately, even though I know that a lot of people that you're hearing from are educators, and music educators are at the core of the music scene, unquestionably. I'd love to speak to you as a music educator for a moment. And I know that you have a unique sense of cultural heritage to pass on, in addition to whatever music skills you might want to share. I'd love to hear about your relationship to teaching.
Yeah. When I grew up, I think probably 7th, 8th grade, I had Miss Jenny Packer for a teacher, and I said, I want to be a teacher. And I knew from early on that I wanted to be a teacher, a music teacher, right, specifically. And then I went to college, and then about my senior year, I said, I got to play music before I can teach music, right? That's what people say. So I went on the road, did some cruise ships, tours and things for about 3-4 years. And then I realized a really great drummer, I asked for a lesson with him, and he goes, what are you best at? And I was like, oh, big band drumming. He goes, great, blah, blah, blah. And I said, about 10 minutes in the conversation, I said, I am actually a good teacher as well. He goes, maybe think about that, maybe. And so I've been thinking about that for about 20 years now. And so I have been able to do both. It is not easy to do a performing and teaching career, but one thing about education is that when you are able to share who you are, you give those students that you work with a different perspective that they can take with them for the rest of their lives. So I work like in Juneau and Yakutat and Ketchikan and all over the state, and I'm influencing them just by being them and being there with them, with the students, and giving them another perspective on how to view the world. What are some new things, new possibilities, maybe some connections that they might not have thought about. And that's what I love about teaching, is that we might not create the best musician, the best artist, the best sculptor, whatever, the best dancer, but you are definitely giving them a different perspective that will help them out for the rest of their lives.
Thank you so much, Gunalchéesh, for being here with us. I hope you hang out for a while. We absolutely love having so much Tlingit presence in our feed today, as is correct when we're broadcasting from Juneau. It was very kind of you to drop by, and I hope that the rest of your weekend is lovely. Thank you for being in the conversation.
Gunalchéesh.
Hello, it's me. Hi. My name is Pat Race. I'm a filmmaker and illustrator. Let's go ahead and, oh yeah, hi. Right, I already said that. I'm a filmmaker. I'm an illustrator. I am not a musician. But in my roles as a, you keep going there. In my role as a filmmaker, I get to work with a lot of musicians. And I'm very excited about that because I love music, and I love incorporating music into my projects, because music plus moving images equal hearts, and more hearts and lots of hearts. And you can keep going there. I want to talk a little bit today about music licensing and the work that I do. I have a small business, and we make a lot of like mini documentaries, some animation, different various media projects. And so over the years, I've had the privilege of licensing and working with a lot of Alaskan artists. And I try to prioritize working with Alaskan artists. As you probably well know, there are many different types of licenses to navigate: master recording licenses, sync licenses, mechanical licenses, public performing rights, so on and so forth. But today I want to talk about two. The first one is synchronization license, and that's one that you need to pair a piece of music with a motion picture. So the sync license is an agreement with the song's composer, and that's not always the same person who's done the master recording, which is the next license. So as a filmmaker, I need to negotiate a master recording license and a synchronization license to be able to use a piece of music in a short film. So for example, one time I tried to make a short film of a song that Nico Case had done, that was a song that was written by Neil Young. So I talked to Nico Case's agent, and they said, great, go for it, but we don't own we own the master recording rights to the song, but you cannot get the synchronization license from us because we did not author the lyrics to the song. So I had to then approach Neil Young's agency, which was impossible, and then it didn't happen. But I got halfway there. I was very excited. Okay, let's continue on. So I love stock music because it's cheap. It feels like being stuck at a dystopian laundromat, and it's great for capturing that corporate webinar vibe. I love to use stock music ironically. I've done a lot of political satire and comedy, and it's just like perfect sweet spot stuff for that. On the other hand, for more earnest pieces, I like hiring local talent for a number of reasons. Provides local opportunities. It builds the local talent pool. When you hire someone to do work here in Alaska, you're building an opportunity for more people to do that work in Alaska. It keeps money in state. You get a chance to collaborate with real human beings, like those of you here in the room and on Zoom. I guess you're real too. It's rooted in place. You know, if you're making a film about something here in Alaska, there's no reason the music shouldn't be rooted in this place. And I've expressed this to clients for a long time, and a lot of them agree with me, which is great, because then they let me have a budget that is a little bit bigger and allows me to pay locals. And there's just an authenticity that you can't get but through stock music. So go ahead. Oh yeah, arts and commerce disclaimer. Right, so everyone is different. It's all a little weird. You know, when you start mixing money and art, it gets complicated and squishy. But I do want to talk about money because I think it's important that we talk about money. What I generally pay for a piece of music, this may be an instrumental, this may be a portion of a song. I usually don't use a whole song unless I'm doing something like a music video. But if I'm doing a documentary on like an Alaskan artist, I'll license a piece of music, and generally I can pay between $250 and $800 for the size of projects I do. These are like 3 to 10 minute films. The overall budget is usually like anywhere from $3,000 to $10,000, sometimes a little higher. And then music budget is kind of a subsection of that. And it varies depending on how much of a song I'll use. Like if it's 10 seconds of a song, I can't pay that much. If it's 2 minutes, that's great. It fills up a lot of time. And it depends on many other factors. Go ahead and roll ahead. In the $500 to $2,000 range, I usually hope to get like original compositions, things that someone's like maybe made uniquely for this piece or have fine-tuned for this piece, maybe put in a little bit of work and not just handed me something that was recorded kind of generally. And that includes like playing noodles. Like Kat's a great example of someone who could just sit down. And I feel like if I gave her a short film, she'd just and it would be scored. All right, next. And I think the key thing to remember as you're going into this as a musician, from the musician side of this, I approach this from the filmmaker side, and I'm trying to open up and expose what it looks like from my side of things so that you can understand things from your perspective. But it's all negotiable, and with the subtext of be reasonable about it. The considerations that you might want to take as a musician are the use case. So where is this going to be screened? Is it going to be put on, is it just something someone's going to put on YouTube? Is it a high school kids project? Is it Alaska Public Media? What size of audience are you expecting? Who is the client? Is the client the Rasmussen Foundation, or is it like the guy that's trying to start up a business that has, you know, like $1,000 budget? What is the length of the composition they want to use? What are the unique aspects of that composition? And what is the potential to generate revenue? So maybe that guy with the $1,000 has huge revenue potential, and you can work out something where you get some payment in the future. And exposure is something to consider too. And I know that the saying that artists die of exposure, but I think that certainly not something you want to be paid in, but something to consider in factoring in whether or not you want a certain piece of music to be used. And then from my side of things, the things that suck for indie filmmakers, I really, coming up against term limits is tough. Like a lot of big organizations, if you're trying to license music from, you know, established houses, they'll want to put term limits on of like 5 years. And that makes it really hard because you've put a lot of work into this film, and then you have to like take it down or delete it or hide it from the world after 5 years. And that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. So, so for me as a filmmaker, I hate term limits. I kind of refuse to use anything unless a client forces me into that situation. Excessive bureaucracy is annoying. So a lot of people work with agents and managers, and I do encourage that if you're not great at dealing with contracts or managing money yourself. But I think that understanding kind of like what hoops you're asking someone to jump through is important. String-alongs are the worst. It's like, yeah, I'd love to work with you, man. That sounds great. Oh, cool. Yeah, well, let's do that. And then you start into the project and things evolve, and like you're like, yeah, things are good. Okay, well, could you sign that contract? And then it sort of just like keeps going, and then it's like, oh, we can't do it, bummer, man. And that is the worst, especially with a video project where you've sort of operated on good faith and built a project around a specific piece of music, and then it like falls away and you have to scramble to replace it. So yeah, late game switcheroos are sort of in the same ballpark. If you feel like you haven't asked for enough money, I'd encourage you to just ask for a lot of money up front if you need a lot of money, or if you don't want to do a thing, give someone a go away price. Or if you don't want to do something, say no, because it really sucks if you give someone the impression that you're going to say yes and that this is a project that's carrying forward and then it doesn't happen. And then, yeah, I encourage communication. Keep talking, talk to your peers, ask them what they're getting paid for things. I will disclose, can I disclose what you were paid, Marian, on your licensing gig? Is that maybe I should, what? Yeah. So Marian got like credit music on sort of a like, I don't know what tier this is, but a Hulu project. And it was, people that are actors that we all know and love. And she got like $7,000 for it. And that was like a great deal, but like, it's important for her to tell other people like what to expect. In that world, when you're up in that like big world of like movies and TV, there are a lot of like standards, and it's important to understand those. But again, it's still all negotiable. You can say no, you have the power, it's your music. Talk to filmmakers, talk to local filmmakers, talk to clients, and don't be afraid to ask hard questions. And when I say don't be afraid to ask hard questions, those aren't necessarily questions that are hard for other people to answer, but those are the questions that are hard for you to ask. If you have a question about money, if you have a question about how a thing will be used, if you have a question about a contract, don't feel like it's stupid to ask that question, because it's really important that you ask those questions and clarify them early. And I'd like to conclude by thanking you for making music. I am just honestly such a big fan of so many people in this room, and it is a bizarre reversal of it's very strange for me to look at you from a stage, because I am just so goo-goo-eyed when you all perform. So thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to be here.
Hello again. I hope you're hearing me. This is Marian in the back room, and I'm very excited for our next guest, last before our next switch to a new segment. I have been, I think as a lot of you have been, a big fan of the Pipeline Vocal Project, who's been making waves lately. And we are so pleased and thrilled to have Lisa Hawkins, who not only works with NCE and sometimes with AKIMI, but also is one of the core members of Pipeline Vocal Project, here with us today. Hey, Lisa.
Hi, thank you so much for having me.
Oh my gosh, you are part of the crew. We're so excited that you could be here today. Can you tell us, for folks who are not familiar with Pipeline Vocal Project, give us the rundown?
Yeah, so Pipeline Vocal Project is an a cappella trio here in Anchorage, Alaska. We take well-known songs, hits, and kind of put a unique twist on it, whether that be throwing it back a few decades or putting it into a different genre. So we kind of specialize in turning something people know into a different instrumentation, using all of our voices, and also just in a style that people can be like, oh, I know that song. Haven't ever heard it like that before. That's interesting. So that's kind of our specialty. We were formed in 2019, and we are coming up on year 4.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Did you expect to grab the kind of attention you guys seem to have grabbed? Was that an ambition, or was it something that just kind of unrolled naturally, because y'all have managed to garner some attention in a really cool way?
Thank you. That was the ambition, that was the goal, but when you have a dream and then it starts to unfold and happen, and you're like, oh, wow, I don't know if I actually expected this to happen. And so it was really, really cool to kind of see our work being seen, and also for, the Alaska community really embracing us and, giving us opportunities when we were nobody, when we had absolutely nothing to show for in our press kit or anything like that. They just took chances on us, and that was a really big opportunity for us. And we very much thank the Alaska community for helping us get started.
Yeah, you got to take some of the credit. I think that's required. I did want to ask you to describe you've had some kind of unusual gigs and travels this year, and I thought people might be curious about that.
Yeah, I know you asked me to kind of put some pictures together, so
Go for it.
Have some of those.
Go for it. Could y'all spotlight Lisa for a second? I'll keep being a voice in the distance.
Do I share screen?
Just share screen, yeah, just like on a regular old, oh, look at that.
So that is us in Dubai. We had the incredible opportunity of being able to perform at the World Expo this year. And it was really, really cool. For those of you who don't know what the World Expo is, it's like the World's Fair. So a bunch of countries, most countries come and they have their own pavilion, and they showcase what that country has been working on in terms of technology, innovation, and it was just really, really incredible to see different cultures. You can literally eat your way around the world, which we absolutely did do that. But we had so much fun performing there because the week that we were there happened to be USA week. So there's a lot of things going on in terms of celebrating the USA pavilion. And so we were there as like USA artists performing on that stage, which was called the Jubilee stage, which was the biggest one there. That's kind of what that looked like when we were on stage. And that was kind of our first international experience of the year, which kind of kicked off a lot of our travel. And that kind of, I think, as we were on that stage, we were a little bit starstruck of what we were doing. And yeah, that's the expo sign. It was scheduled for 2020, but it happened this year, for obvious COVID reasons.
And they just kept the sign.
Yeah, they were like, it's fine. Everything was labeled 2020. So it was a little bit of like a time loop when we were there. And this was after Dubai. We came back and we were able to go on a Disney cruise. We were performers there. We're not allowed to take any pictures of us performing or share on social media or anything like that. So this was the best that we could do, just on the cruise ship. And then on the way back from the cruise ship, something really exciting that happened is we like to be involved in our a cappella community as well. And they have kind of like what they call it the Caras. It was kind of like the a cappella Grammys, if you will. And it's a very niche thing, but we recorded an EP in 2021, and we were on the plane back from the cruise ship, and we just got the ping that we had won Best Semi-Professional Album. So we were a little bit crazy on the plane, and I'm sure everyone thought we were a little nuts, but that was really exciting for us. And then we went to the Yukon in Canada. That's the commissioner of the Yukon. We got to perform for her, and kind of we were there as part of Arts Envoy. So those of you who may not know, the Bureau of Educational and Cultural Affairs, run by the State Department, the government has this program called American Voices, and under that they have programs like American Music Abroad, Arts Envoy, and for musicians that might be interested in something like that, you can go check it out at americanmusicabroad.org. I believe auditions are still open until like January 24th. But basically what that is they select 10 bands throughout the US to be cultural ambassadors on behalf of the US. And they send you to different countries to kind of represent culture, specifically your music, to do workshops, interact with the community. It's really, really cool. And highly recommend you check it out. But
is that something just anyone, oh, sorry. Is that something just anyone can apply for? Or?
Yes, anyone can apply. Like I said,
hey!
It's open until January 24th, if I'm not mistaken. And if you get into that first round, they'll like fly you to a live audition. Which I think they're opening that up again now, since COVID restrictions have lifted a little bit more since the last 2 years. Ours have all been virtual, but yeah, so the first 2 years we applied, we actually didn't get in, but they said, we like what you do, so would you be interested in being an arts envoy? So they sent us to Canada here, and when we got to perform for AAPI month in May. So we kind of got to experience different like Asian American cultures in the Yukon area. This was Lithuania this year, where we traveled again with Arts Envoy.
Oh my gosh.
With our mentors, Freedom's Boombox, which is another a cappella trio that is an all male identifying group. So we got to kind of make like a little bit of a super group with the 6 of us.
Oh,
which
that's
was, like,
amazing.
Yeah, a personal like dream come true, because I've looked up to them. They were like my musical heroes, and then to be able to kind of like do a little tour with them was just mind blowing.
This is absolutely amazing. I'm going to bring it back to our conversation here. I don't want to. I want to hear a lot more of this. And soon we're going to talk about how, but I want to make sure and hear from you directly a little bit. Tell me about you. You've been on this absolutely amazing journey, and I know that you have some more ahead of you performing full time. And I'd really love to hear how you find becoming essentially like, on the road to, as you said, like dreams coming true. How do you find that shaping the way you think about music and the way you relate to music, or maybe even music and money, music and commerce? It's complicated.
Yeah, it can be really complicated and really tricky. I've tried to approach it in kind of a business mindset, I would say. I think it's really easy for us to get really like into the art and lost in the art, which I also absolutely love doing. But I'm finding the realistic side of it is that sometimes I really just do have to put on my business hat.
What does that look like, putting on your business hat?
A lot of Excel, as you know, Marian. I remember taking your Excel class years ago. But yeah, I think just kind of thinking in terms of, how do I describe? It's a fine line between being authentic, being yourself, being your musician, and also kind of understanding that the people you're talking to, the people who are hiring you, are often used to more like corporate language, more corporate interactions, I would say, or like, virtually. And so kind of like a lot of the times they may not understand what your needs will be as a musician, and kind of tapping into that language. I did work for corporate prior to this, so it helped kind of tap into that, and how like it's a very different culture, I think, like corporate interactions versus like artist interactions. And so being able to like bridge those together, I think have really helped them see us as like a business as well, and not just I mean, I'm not going to say not just artists, because we are, of course, artists. An amazing thing, but sometimes I think we are underestimated or overlooked, and so I think that has really helped.
Like spanning that gap is something that you guys have really, really excelled at. I want to do a whole workshop with you. I hate to wrap it up for now, but I'm going to have to do that. I'm hoping that people will look into your work and also reach out and continue talking about this, because this artist business conversation is very important. And thank you so much, Lisa, for making some time today. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to pitch it back to our main hall. We have just a little bit more for you guys, and then we're going to have lunch. But hang in there for just a couple more minutes, and I think you're going to like what you hear.
And while we get set up here, I'll just tell you a little bit about this song. AKIMI contacted me, knowing me as a songwriter, and they were like, hey, we would love for you to write us a song.
Yeah,
Thank you.
This is the part I was going to say.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm introducing you, remember?
Oh, sweet. Okay. I was like, God, keep it
Can
quick.
you hear us okay? Good idea. Why don't you turn that on?
Right, this?
Okay, so this
right.
microphone is always on. I was told this earlier.
Okay, so it's now on.
We're entering into the data hour, or should we say the data part of the hour. As Kat was saying, we thought, what a great idea to have an artist and a certain artist get us into the mood for data. Data. I think people say data and they say data. They can't agree what it should be. In short, because of COVID, I think particularly, we all had to think of something to do that wasn't around other people that we could breathe on. or be breathed on by. And so a lot of people spent time on their computer finding out things. And we found, especially AKIMI found, that our focus went from dragging and flying a bunch of amazing artists out to festivals and showcases and showing them to the world and bringing people to talk to us in venues and events like this. We did everything online. And then we discovered, and especially Marian discovered it, she's quite good at it. She says herself that she's had a college degree education in data scraping and managing and so on in the process of surveying. And we're going to tell you a little bit about what kind of work that AKIMI is coming to doing. But we wanted to prelude it with music. And so, and now I have to quote this wonderful lady that I never say ladies, I don't know why I said that. No, I have to quote this wonderful Kat Moore that I found and I brought up onto the stage. She said, this would be to the degradation of the authenticity of why it all began. And so just like I've written that down in bad handwriting. So this is like a quote from Kat Moore. And so in honor of that, I'm going to hand out song sheets for sing-alongs, and then we're going to hear Kat do her data song.
Thank you. And I'd like to unofficially announce the debut performance of the AKIMI Arctic Entry Lobby Singers. Please come on up if you're one of the lobby singers. Feel free to move the chair. So when I wrote this song, to be tasked with a song about data is quite a different thing. Anyway, it's a strange message to get. But what I learned from what AKIMI learned is that Alaskan musicians are different. We exist in a very strange market. We play gigs in places that other states don't play gigs, and we play all different types of music. And so I tried my very best in this song to sum up that feeling, and I couldn't do it. Feel free to, come up and we can bring that mic right in front of everybody. And so, of course, as I was writing this song, I was like, I'll write a simple guitar song. Then it turned into a piano song, and then it turned into a piano song with a giant canonical ending with like 4 different parts. And Stephen, are you gonna come up too? You're taking pictures first. Okay, well. So anyway, so this is, either we can call it Fill the Room or we can call it Alaskan. I'm not sure what it's called yet, but. So this is a tune, and thank you so much all for joining me. And feel free to get all close. Get in the light, come on up. We've been taking it in. We've been learning a lot. When you're so far from it all, you get creative with what you've got. We felt distance between. Watched the bottom fall out. Felt the life of the scene. Heard our friends sing their dreams. That's what it's all about. No snowstorm can stop us from getting through the tune. We'll help you laugh, we'll make you cry, we'll help you swoon. We're Alaskans, we fill the room. We're Alaskans. Summer's midnight sun jams, winter's still silent nights. We find joy in both extremes, a home to play, a place to write. We'll drive hours or days, take to sea or to air. There's no job to emote when it's time to remote. Alaskans are there. I should use the lyric sheet. From the wide open tundra to the towering trees, we'll help you dance, we'll make you smile, we'll help you be. We're Alaskans, we meet our needs. Oh, year after year, we find ourselves here, sharing songs together. While the goods may be odd, the gigs will go on. Truly, through all kinds of weather. There's a song in our hearts, there's a spark in our eyes. It's a bond that's been built beneath northern skies. We sing from the north, we call from southeast. It's a patchwork of art, arranged piece by piece. We fill the room. We sing from southeast. It's a bond that's been built, arranged piece by piece. We fill the room. There's a song in our hearts. We sing from the north. We build from the east. A patchwork of art. Keep it going. There's a song in our hearts. We sing from the north. There's a spark in our eyes. It's a bond that's been built beneath northern skies. One more. There's a song in our hearts. There's a spark in our eyes. There's a bond that's been built beneath northern skies. We're Alaskans. We fill the room. We're Alaskans. Sing it with us. We're Alaskans. We're Alaskans. We're Alaskans. We fill the room. Thank you to the AKIMI Arctic Country Singers. Thank you all so much. We truly do it. Thanks for filling the room today. Thanks for filling the room at home. And thanks for filling the room at all the shows always. It's always impressive. Thank you, guys.
Turn on. This one has a turn on? Yes. We love you, Kat. Thank you for doing that. Thank you for making me cry right before I had to talk about data. Everything's a metaphor, though. No, I am a nerd about data, especially when I learned that data could tell us things about our music community that can help us do the next doable thing. And we are working very, very hard on making that happen. I'm about to announce a big scary thing that we've been working on forever, but it is going to happen very soon. We are going to do an Alaska music census. I know, it's going to have a completely anonymous part where we ask scary questions about money. But anonymously, so you would be part of an aggregated group, not an individual. And then there is another part where we ask you questions about who you are and what you like to do and what genre and how people can hear you and how many years and how many different bands and how many hours are you putting in, right? Because there are so many more ways to measure the value of the music injecting just worth and meaning into our community than money. We got to measure both of those things, and we are working out how to measure both of them, the economic value and the so much other value both. It's going to be weird and scary, but that's part of why we're going to talk about data for a couple minutes. Isn't this going to be great? And then we get lunch, so hang in there. I'm going to introduce a video of someone who has helped AKIMI a ton. This is Mira from Music Portland. Music Portland has been our bud. They have freely shared everything without reservation. They are helping, they are backing us up. They want to work with us to continue creating more opportunities for musicians to go around the Northwest to the states that have every reason to back each other up. So I'm just going to turn it over to her, and she can tell you some of the stuff she told us that made us realize doing an Alaska music census was something worth working towards.
My name is Mara McLaughlin. I'm executive director and founder of Music Portland and Music Oregon. And we have two nonprofit organizations supporting independent for-profit music. Music Portland focuses on the business and economic aspects of the music sector. Music Oregon focuses on the creative empowerment, equity, education aspects. I started Music Portland after 30 years in data technology. And I know the value of data and that it's key to any story that you're going to do. Portland music had never been assessed for who it was, what it was, how many there was. So we knew that we needed to start by collecting data about who people were. We then moved on to a census that asked how they felt. And then we started working with local economists and academics to really hone what were the questions we wanted to have answered. Questions that are valuable are some of the ones that are really hard to get people to answer. Certainly giving a range of income. Artists in particular, if some of their gigs are paid in cash, they're hesitant to share really full, candid data about the amount that they earn. For many people, music is a secondary occupation, and they've never really thought about it in a quantitative way. But this process is educational not only for the organizations that will use the data to advocate for this community, it's valuable for the community itself to start to think about themselves more professionally, if only to keep track internally of the amount that they're making. That's an important bit of self-awareness that I think artists should aspire to. You know, artists need to decide what they are, what's their purpose, why do they do this? And communities in the same way, and states in the same way, need to stand up, look at themselves and say, this makes us valuable, this makes us unique. And music is already doing it in small communities and in large communities. But having it formalized through study, through data, and through reporting on that data really solidifies it, not only for external consuming audiences, but for the people creating the music, to know that you're not alone and that you're part of a bigger story is incredibly valuable. It's becoming increasingly clear at a national level that the financial story of music success isn't working properly, particularly for artists. So artists are writing articles and coming out on podcasts and saying, I go on tour, I'm away from my family for months, I lose money personally. The label's making money, the venue's making money, the crew's making money, the platforms distributing my music are making money, and the label keeps telling me I need to tour to stay relevant. And there's something wrong with that. So if that's the case, how do we in smaller music ecologies think about what we're aiming for? How do we define what we want to happen? And data is absolutely key to understanding who we are so that we can start to imagine, how do we do this better? It's interesting. I think a lot of the independent music ecology, certainly where I am, includes a certain amount of competitive protectiveness. You know, until we started Music Portland, the venues never spoke to each other. They saw each other as competitors. And I think in setting up this organization, it's been really important to make it clear that more is more, that there is absolutely no benefit to an independent music business, to an independent artist, to refuse to engage with their counterparts. Collaboration over competitiveness is the way that music specifically as a sector wins. If I were talking to a musician and asking them to complete a census, I would say that what they do matters, even if it's small, that we collectively need to tell people who we are, and we need to be candid, which includes some disclosures about your personal finances, but in Oregon, it's 100% anonymous. We're looking at gathering a collective data story that we can communicate to. And that includes the challenges that somebody does 30 shows a year and they make less than $5,000 a year. That's a story, because that is not sustainable. That's what a business needs to care about. Oh my gosh, how do we make sure our local artists are making more so that they keep doing it? Because otherwise we'll lose this culture. So making sure that artists understand that every single one of them matters. Every bit of their data is important because it's all part of a collective story that is going to allow us to become the supported music culture that we need to be and deserve to be.
I'm in the back room here, and I think it is my, oh no, I'm not.
We
Never
are
mind.
realizing that there are rumbling tummies in the room. I don't know what it's like on the Zoom room, but we'll continue the program as it is, but because we're probably about 15 minutes out from where we thought we would be or behind, those people who are sitting with real bodies in Juneau, they have real lunch behind them and they may eat. I have instructions. It says, we encourage you to mingle. Wait with the mingling until these next 2 Zoom segments are over. But if people are hungry, we won't stop you from eating. Okay.
I think that's to me then. I want to wish everyone a good lunch. And I want to know if Diane is here. Diane Hirschberg.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I'm looking forward to seeing you in just a moment. Among the crowd, you will emerge. There you are. Yay. Oh, hi, Diane. Oh, hi. I first met you, I think, were you at the Alaska Music Dialogues in Talkeetna ever?
No, it was one of the Institute of the North gatherings.
Yeah, Institute of the North. Okay, I think I met you way back then before either of us was doing what we're doing now. But since not everyone understands what you do, could you tell us first a little bit about what you do and then a little bit about what your background and why you're interested in music and what you do and why you've been so helpful to us?
Thanks. So I am now the director of the UAA Institute of Social and Economic Research. My background is in all sorts of education policy research and sustainable development in the Arctic. And now I am trying to wrangle other researchers, including a lot of great economists, and working with graduate students, also, as you have learned, who can be quite fabulous in working with us. But I do have a personal history with the music business from being the little sister of a recording engineer who worked in the jazz industry in Los Angeles for a number of years. And also I did concert production. I think growing up sitting in a recording studio next to my big brother, it sunk in. So I did concert production while I was an undergraduate. And then I did sync licensing for a year and a half. So that link that I put in the chat for people, that's the company I worked for when it was just Evan hiring just me to get his business off the ground a really long time ago, before I went to grad school and made my way up here.
Oh man, every time we get in a room talking about music, I feel like you, even though you bring this academic and experiential weight to understanding data, you also are like ready to go out to a punk club with us afterwards.
Yeah, that might have been my, I went to high school in Los Angeles, and yeah, I spent a lot of time on the Strip. Some pretty awesome bands that are now somehow classic rock.
It happens. It happens. I would love to know, we've been talking a lot about working on the Alaska Music Census, which is going to be coming up soon, and which is probably going to make a lot of people who are not here today nervous. And so we're talking about, okay, how do we communicate this in a healthy and fun way? And also, what could we learn? Like, what would the benefits be if we could do anything like a survey of the size of the music economy and the reach of the music ecology?
I do not think that anybody in Alaska and outside Alaska fully understands the critical contribution of our music industry to our local economy. And I think about that the other night. I went out to dinner on First Friday with my husband. And so first we went to the Anchorage Museum, and of course there was music there. And then we went to a restaurant that had music playing there, live music. And the reason I went to the museum was because of the live music. The reason I went to the restaurant was because we love the food, but suddenly it's a different dining experience and we're going to stay longer because there's music and it's going to make us eat more and drink more, right? So it's it plays this critical role not only in hopefully supporting people, which I love the conversations from today, really making sure that the people that are producing the art are supported in the way they should be. We tend to underpay our artists so much, whether it's the people who make my earrings or the people whose music I listen to. But it's also that our whole economy, there's a big piece of it that's relying on this, and we just don't know what that looks like. You know, the best analogy I have is we were just reviewing again the return on investment with research at the university, and it's a $5 to $6 return for every dollar that's invested in research in the University of Alaska system. I'm going to guess if we could have the data to be able to do that, look at the return on investment in our music industry here, we would find it is doing so much for our economies that we just truly don't understand right now.
What would knowing something like that give us the basis to advocate for or to argue that we might change?
Well, I think that the first thing is to have the state have a intentional, focused investment in this. That we need an economic development support infrastructure with real money behind it, with people, so that yes, volunteers are a wonderful thing, but that's not sustainable. So in the long run, maybe a piece of the Arts Council, maybe a parallel organization that is focused on building this, and that is recognizing that perhaps when we are thinking about building lodging, we should also be thinking about building venues or building that lodging in a way that it makes it more accessible to the venues. Any number of conversations we should have that say this is a critical consideration with economic development and we need to invest real money in this.
Mm-hmm. A lot of states have advantages when it comes to figuring out how big an economic sector is. I was talking to someone from another state who said, well, why don't you just look at the tax data? And and we laughed, and then it took a very long time to explain to him about how taxes are, or rather aren't, here. But I was thinking, you know, it would be possible to look at things like, for example, when a major festival comes into a city like Juneau, where we have a sales tax, we could look at the bump that creates, or we could look at the difference between a year with Folk Fest and a year without, now that we've had COVID years to compare this to, right? Like what kind of impact that makes. In places without a sales tax, you literally have nothing to go on, and that's the majority of our population. And so we have to go out and collect that information ourselves, person by person, where in other places they can simply just look up the records, right? That puts us in a funny position. Which I suppose is a statement rather than a question, I'm sorry. But it's one of the things we keep bringing up, is that money from music doesn't look like money made by music. It looks like money made by bars and restaurants. It looks like the money that you spent that night going out looked like it went to bars and restaurants and museums or conventions or weddings, or, you know, just all these other industries look like they're making money when musicians don't have a way to measure themselves as a sector.
Exactly.
Yeah. And
I think also again, it goes back to that investment that, you know, so the reminder that our university has, in my view, made a fundamental critical mistake in getting rid of our theater program and in downsizing our music programs and in getting rid of our dance program, because those are not just about individual students enhancing their ability to work in that area. Those are contributors to our economy. And we're not recognizing it because we're not having the data to show that.
Yeah. Whew. I'm going to meet with you a lot more, first of all, but I'm really happy that UAA and ICER have been taking an interest in our scrappy little survey that we're just like doing ourselves, grassroots style.
Yes, and actually one of the things that as we were talking and I was listening to Dan talk about the new degree program, it suddenly struck me our business school, which ICER sits within, doesn't have any courses that I know of on the music industry, whether it's because we do have law scholars in business. So, gee, should we be doing a short course on sync licensing? Should we be doing a broader dive into how you develop music venues and what are the economics? You know, if we have a Master of Business Administration and a Bachelor of Business Administration, we could add something on that. So I'm going to take this back to our business program for a conversation.
Oh, good. We like to hear that. That's what happens when we get our heads together. I like it. I like it. Spread the word. We're here. We make a difference. Yeah. A big festival is a lifeblood of a city. A big First Friday is a lifeblood of a downtown, even very small towns, you know, everyone getting together and just agreeing we're going to party. That impacts a community in ways that make it worth investing in, even if it weren't just worth investing in as a human activity. See, I get too excited about data. I'm going to shorten my next 5-minute segment down to about 1.5 minutes and share my screen. So thank you, Diane, so much for joining us. I'm going to wrap up this segment and then we're going to take a Zoom lunch as well.
All right. Sounds good. Bye.
Thank you. I'm going to share another of the doable things that we've been working on this year. You've seen the Alaska Playlist Project if you've been around since this morning. If you haven't, we have been collecting Alaskan songs and putting them together on playlists to tell the algorithm these songs go together. And we've also got this nice big submit button in the corner so that we can find more new bands and more Alaskan artists and add them to our playlist. So submit your band, submit a band you know. Most of all, listen to the playlist, throw them on during dinner. They're so good. They're just so good. Behind the Alaska Playlist Project is our next project, and this is a piece of the Alaska Music Census. It's, again, listen Alaskan, play Alaskan, but this time we're reaching out directly to you. There's our friends Air Jazz and Radiophonic Oddity in Austin. The first is the Alaska Music Directory. This is something that people have been asking for forever, and we have finally built it with some help from Teresa Watt, formerly Supersaturated Sugar Strings, a really amazing database wizard, has helped us create the Alaska Music Directory. This is not public yet. I'm showing you a behind the scenes website that's not published because it's not ready, but this is what we are building and hope to come out with very soon for you. The Alaska Music Directory has already, I think, 600-ish artists, everyone we were able to find, past and present. And sometimes we throw in a little bit of information. Sometimes we just throw in a name because we're running out of time. But this gives us a database that artists don't have to maintain, that we could actually pay someone to go through and just scrape up some of the information so that we have it, and makes it possible to be searchable by artist, by genre, by location. So like, who's playing, funk and in Anchorage right now? Who is doing hip hop in Fairbanks right now? Who is playing folk music in the Kenai Peninsula right now? You could look that up here. But a huge part of it is going to be not just inputting every band we've ever heard of in our entire lives, which we have been doing, but we are still so far short. A huge part of it is collecting the rest and inviting these bands to show up and give us information. So submit or correct your own artist information. That is key. And that's going to take people to a form that asks them questions about themselves that are the usual create a profile thing, right? But it's also going to ask, are you active right now? Do you want to license your music in film right now? Can we connect you with a filmmaker? Are you looking for gigs, or is this a project from a long time ago that you still love and you deserve airplay even still, right? These are some basic questions that'll start giving us a snapshot of who is active in the music scene right now. I'm really excited about it. It takes probably about 5 minutes to fill out a profile, but this is a piece of the Alaska Music Census, right? It's figuring out who's here, who has been here, who's emerging all the time. The same artists go in and out of bands. like nobody's business. I'm very excited about this. Next up is something that Emily Anderson, I think who's here today, has been working on with me, the Alaska Music Business Directory. This is only Anchorage and Juneau on the map right now, but we have done a Google Maps data scrape combined with a bunch of our own research to try and find every Alaskan business that is related to music that we can find. So this is venues, this is granting organizations, this is media, this is teachers who have publicly listed themselves, for example, on Google Maps or with a public website. And a lot of these places, we don't have all the information, but for many of them, we actually do have all of the information, including emails and phone numbers. These are searchable by map. They're also searchable by database. And my favorite part of this is that we found so many places off the road, smaller communities that are interested in art that deserve support in getting art both brought in and brought out. We've also made it possible to do a visual tour mapping situation to search for venues that might suit you along the road. And last of all, we've made it possible for businesses to, again, at the bottom, add or update your information, public information. Alaska Music Census. It's like the yellow pages, because has anyone noticed that those don't exist anymore? You know, Google is starting to get worse and weirder, and the yellow pages no longer is around for us to simply look up all of the venues in the state. It's hard. It's complicated, and we are trying to make it easy. And we've gotten some support from partners to make this project happen. I'm very pleased with the statewide data that we've just, I think, almost finished cleaning. From here, we go to the point of publishing it and then telling businesses, all right, correct your information. Tell us more about your information. Are you still having shows? Do you want to have shows? Tell us about you. These two projects combined are some of the things that Alaska musicians have been talking about needing for as long as I have lived and made music in Alaska. And even though they are massive data projects, we actually have just put in a lot of hours and come close to being able to launch these. The last step of the Alaska Census is a totally anonymous financial survey. The only identifier is a zip code. We realize that can be in certain circumstances, but we're only looking at information in aggregate. So even that would not really tell us a lot. And it matters to find all the people out there who are making $500 or $1,000 a year on music. That really, really matters. That's how a lot of people do it. And so that's going to be the last step of the Alaska Music Census. I hope you guys won't be scared when this comes around. I hope you'll tell people that it has some benefits. And I hope that you will give us your input on how to do this or how to avoid falling into pitfalls, because we've been spending time trying very hard not to as we move forward. Yeah, that is the big project that is coming that, yeah, we hope doesn't send anybody running screaming, because as Kat's song said, we meet our needs, we fill the room. I'm going to cry again. But we have to take the responsibility of knowing ourselves and learning our own identity as a community, a statewide community and smaller communities, seriously. And this is one way of doing that, figuring out who's out there and how we can support them. I'm going to wrap this up. It's been a lot of work. And now, for those of you on Zoom who get to eat lunch whenever you want, I hope you've already been enjoying some snacks or something, but we are going to hand things over for a little bit to our conversation mods, because we want you guys who are here to get a chance to actually meet and talk to each other. We hope this works. Bear with us if we have a hitch or two, but we really want to give you guys a chance to introduce yourselves, because that time is incredibly valuable. I'm going to yield to our mods, who are probably right now figuring out making breakout groups. And I hope that if you feel like it, participation's optional, that you will introduce yourself and chat a little bit with some of the other people here. All right. Thank you. Excellent. Thank you. I see some folks who weren't here first thing in the morning. Welcome. I'm very happy that you're here with us now. We are sharing perspectives from around the state and from across a whole bunch of different parts of the music ecosystem about what makes a music ecosystem work better. And there's a lot we can do simply by talking to each other about it and being honest about it. I invited a whole bunch of artists and music makers and music journalists and music everythings to send me a 1-minute video telling them what they've been up to. And I love what we got. It was so just beautifully our community. We're going to be sharing a couple of those now and a couple of those later. They'll be interspersed. But this is our welcome back from lunch break. And then we're going to chat with Eric Gilbert, the director of Treefort Music Fest, who has been helping us out a lot with local perspective on festivals.
Hi, I'm Lance Mitchell. I'm a singer. I sing a lot on Spotify and Apple and YouTube. I started building up a following, I guess, last year after taking a trip to the Netherlands and working at Compost Records. I love to sing and I love to write, and I'm living in Juneau, Alaska. And if you want to hear any of my music, check me out on Lance Mitchell, Spotify, and let me know what you think. Feel free also to add me on Instagram, DarkDFD1 on Instagram, and Facebook, Lance Mitchell. Aside from that, have a blessed day, be blessed, and thank you, Marian, for putting all this together for us to learn how to be musicians.
Amy Bartholomew down in Juneau here, wishing you a happy Alaska Music Summit. The last year and a half, I've been pretty busy trying to learn how to play banjo with my mentor, Riley Bogus, via Zoom. During the pandemic, lots of really amazing artists opened up and shared their practices. So I've been fully taking advantage of that, trying to learn how to play banjo, do a little clogging, all the folk traditions, picked up a little fiddle over the summer. Also recorded an album a couple Octobers ago here in Juneau at the Methodist camp with some of my favorite players. It's coming out in May. It's based on my collection of songs of narratives of women who came north during the Klondike Gold Rush. Last summer, we adapted it into a full-on musical stage show, which debuted at the Alaska Theater Festival with Theater Alaska. Let me know if you want to bring it to your town, because we want to take it on the road system. Love you guys. Thanks for making Alaska so special to make music.
What's up, AKIMI? My name's Codie. I love live music. You being here at the summit, I can tell that you do too. So what can I do to help you? For the past 4 years, I've been running a website called AK Concerts. What I do, I gather all the entertainment, the comedy, the dance, the theater, any of that stuff that I can find, and I put it together on one website, one consolidated list. I send it to the Anchorage Press. I send out a weekly newsletter right straight to your inbox, which is all hyperlinked. I put out daily Facebook updates of here's what's going on today, anywhere from Juneau to Anchorage to Fairbanks. If I can find it, I'm putting it on the list and I'm sharing it with everyone. See, I want to go to shows, I want you to go to shows, and I want people to come to your shows. So, akconcerts.com, let's make music.
All right, I think if people in the room can hear us, can they? They can, awesome. People in the Zoom room can hear us. People in the room in Juneau, they're still laughing at something else. So we're gonna spotlight Eric and myself. There he is. Yeah. Hey, Eric. I cannot hear you. That's weird.
I swear I've been on Zoom before. I know how to unmute myself. I swear I know how to do it. Hi. How's it going?
Pretty good. I don't think it will live
Now I
yet.
can't hear you. What's going on? Oh my gosh.
What's that all about? I can see myself.
Look,
How about that now?
I can hear you fine. I think it's a fully my fault sort of situation going on.
This is good though. We're challenged, but that's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, perfect. So yeah, I'm back on Zoom. I'm back in the back room of the Jack. You've not been to Juneau, have you, Eric?
I have actually.
You have?
Yep.
Okay, tell us. No, don't tell us all about it. But what's the what was the reason for going to Juneau?
Well, admittedly, I got off a cruise ship and I walked around and I got back on a cruise ship. So, but I do have I do have friends there. I visited a friend at the oh man, I'm gonna space her shop, the old post office shop.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you mean the Kindred Post?
Yes, Kindred Post.
Yes, Kindred Post. Yes.
So,
shout out there to Christinami. Yep.
Yes, thank you, Nami. Yes.
Yeah, and so we know each other because we started festival dating a few years ago, and you attended and spoke at the Alaska Music Summit the last time we could have it, which was right before COVID. It was in December 2019, and you came up to Anchorage at the museum and talked to us about festivals and your festival in particular, and so now we are live in the room. You and I have had a little preamble, and now I can sort of present you for real. So we don't go back as long as you go back with the festival, and I'm really keen for you to talk to the people both in the Zoom room here and live in Juneau about your absolutely amazing festival that I have been to once, and that is called the Treefort Music Fest. And I don't know how we should start. It's probably better for you if I give a few of my sort of wow impressions, because you are too kind and too proud to start bragging about your own amazing music festival. But so Treefort Music Fest, I'm sure a lot of people know about it, and maybe some folks have also visited it. It's a music festival with sort of themed around the idea of tree forts, hence the name Treefort Music Fest. I've worked that out, and I think there's as many as 13 forts. So we don't need to go so much into music as in it's important how you can, we want to talk about how you can get booked for the festival and how you do that, because we send Alaskan musicians to the festival. But I also want to talk a little bit about the nature and the function of your festival, because there's not one fort which is the main stage. There are 13 forts. There's a yoga fort. There's a hacker fort. I think there's even and there's a lot of other things like that. And the forts that you've created have probably grown over time, right? So I want to kind of hear a little bit about how it grew, or how it's grown from a music focus to having a huge, I would say a social change focus, a community focus, right? So, but now, how are you going to defend yourself and explain to us how you become a powerful social change and not just a music promoter?
Well, thank you. That's I appreciate that. I think especially in this context, I mean, similar to AKIMI, like we started Treefort as a group of essentially creatives and musicians that it was kind of a scene building exercise, right? It was like, somewhat similar to Alaska. Boise is the most isolated metropolitan area in the lower 48 states. So, it was hard to get visibility from the external world. And so I think why it's kind of grown in what it has been. And so it started from the music community, myself and some music fans that wanted to get active. And the idea was to showcase local talent and contextualize it with regional, national, and international talent, and simultaneously invite that talent to Boise to show them how beautiful it was, and that there was willing fans that wanted to see them as well. So for the other forts, like other niches in the community came out of the woodwork wanting to sort of, you know, join the ship. And so like, what's really, I think what, in my mind, what makes Treefort special, and like you said, not just a music promoter trying to like build something from that vantage point, is it's all the forts are curated by people within those niches. So there's like a story fort. So the literary community is, it's curated with our primary audience is other artists, right? And so it's the artists on the ground that know kind of what's current and what's, you know, so it's kind of curated more from that vantage point. And then we invite the general public into it. And so where a lot of festivals, especially bigger ones, are, you know, they're primarily designed for the general public, and artists sort of tolerate them because they have to. And so I think that's kind of, and so it's just grown naturally with the community. Like I was, you know, and it's pretty cool. I'm really grateful to be a part of a team, and I help lead and empower a lot of different creatives to kind of take their little piece of it and make it special. And so we do a lot of different things. And
how many people are actually involved with running your festival? First of all, how many people come to the festival? How many people does it take to accommodate those people in Treefort? Could you give us those numbers?
Yeah, so in 2022, it was probably the most people we'd had. And it's hard to gauge because we do a lot of free events during the 5 days. So it's a 5-day multi-venue festival right in downtown Boise. For people that don't know, for some context, like the peak of the festival, there's about 30 different music stages, a mix of established music venues and then empty spaces that we activate. And so over those 5 days, we estimate about 15,000 unique visitors. And then, it's about 15,000 a day and about 25,000 unique visitors over the 5 days. So our main
How did
stage,
it start out? I'm sorry, you haven't answered my question yet.
No,
that's now. So that sounds daunting. Yeah. That's like the whole population of Juneau going to the festival and doing nothing else, and then twice over in one day. So what was the starting, like first time you did the festival? What were your numbers?
It was, well, when I pitched it to the partners that helped me start it, I pitched a very small 3-day festival with like 60 bands. But even in that first year, it became a 4-day festival with 180 bands. And so, and then that first year, the only other fort was Ale Fort, which was a beer tasting event. Which
is a very important fort, like a very essential fort.
Crucial. And then, so it's kind of evolved over time now. I mean, over the 5 days in March 2022, I think we had over 1,000 unique events that happened over those 5 days. So from a coordination standpoint, for those of you involved in events, it's quite the undertaking. But to your question about the number of people that work on it, now and partially because we're building a venue now, we kind of have this broader team that works year round on activating the music spaces in Boise. And so there's about 20 of us now that are working on all those fronts year round. But up until this last couple of years, it was about 5 of us that were year-round staff, and it scales up to about 100 staff for the festival and about 600 volunteers. And then that's not counting all the venue staff, you know, all the established venue staff and security, and all the other layers of the small army that we build. And I think that's actually one comment about why I also think what differentiates Treefort and festivals like it is, about half of our quote unquote attendees are actively involved in some way. So it's a very active participatory event. Either they're performing or speaking, or they're volunteering, and so that really changes it. So I think everyone feels a part of it. And that's kind of why I think the energy is as palpable as it is. There's a lot less just passive passive attendees.
So I want to get to something that I feel is essential, that you also, I know, have spoken to in panels and things like that, when debate, whether it was up here in Alaska, or even I came to a discussion you did with some other festival and, you know, makers in the low 48, is the multiple roles that festivals can play in the community. I'm very excited about that. We should also talk a little bit about getting to a festival and how Treefort specifically recruits. But I think we're here to kind of look at the festival and the role it plays. So this meeting of kind of a mainstream audience and a pretty far out, strange, spacey artist. I got some pictures with eyes, big walking eyes in the street, and it seems pretty trippy at times. And then there's all kinds of political followings, and Idaho as a state has an interesting sort of mix of urban and rural politics and so on. What is your experience of the festival and its role in potentially having a meeting space for all of these diverse groups and diverging views?
Yeah. So one way I like to articulate that is like from the beginning, and I think we better understood it in recent years, but Treefort was sort of modeled to sort of amplify the community, like what we love about it, but also be aspirational about where we think it could go and who we can be as a city. And so, so what's cool about that is honoring what's here and the historic lineage that's here, but also recognizing that there's new opportunities, and you can see that in a lot of different ways. One of which I think is a very obvious one that's been, tackled by a lot of folks more seriously recently, which is nice to see, but is around diversity, and we see that in a really broad sense. Like for me, it was, it even started as granular as just like you said, getting the general public into weirder music, like genre diversity is at a baseline, I think, is kind of where one area that we started. And then, like you said, like hosting conversations. And I think the pandemic really highlighted the struggle that when people don't come together and talk directly about hard issues, it kind of amplifies the divisions. And so we really tote that Treefort is for everyone, and we handle a lot of difficult topics, but we do it in a way that is accepting of, I don't know how to delicately say it. I mean, we do have a mindset, we accept all views, but there are obviously there are views that we don't tolerate. So
sure, and people don't come running screaming with those views through the festival, because it creates a sort of dome of positivity around it. And so that's a good one to put it.
So it is fun. Just real quick, I want to say what's cool. What I love about Treefort, what it's deepened over time too, is during the day we have a lot of like these really thoughtful conversations, and sometimes it's about just like how to make it in the music industry or how you're doing creative stuff, and sometimes it's hard social topics. But then at night,
here's a social topic. I learned how to pick locks. There was a how to pick locks workshop. Don't miss it.
Exactly. So and there really is a lot of, and that's kind of why we communicate to the community. Oh, the other thing, part of your question, we call it a festival of discovery, and we've had to kind of educate the public for a while, because at first, we still get it too. It's like, oh, that's just a hipster festival, I don't know any of the bands. And we're like, well, nobody knows most of the bands. That's part of the point. And so what's cool, and you guys probably see this in your own communities, is most people go to events of the talent that they're already aware of, or they're frustrated that their favorite band doesn't ever come to town. And this may be different in Alaska, but what's been fun, especially during Treefort, one of the great successes, I think, is a bunch of people that don't normally go see bands they've never heard of are now trying it, and they're wandering and going into places and just listening to music for what it is, just being music, and not being as caught up in the celebrity side of what can sometimes happen within the music industry.
Yeah, absolutely. I find that too. I discovered 100% of the bands that I saw at Treefort were discovered for the first time by me, and that feeling was probably mutual for them. They discovered me as an audience too. No, the Treefort Festival is a really good example of that. That it's here. We're just bringing in so many bands. So, how do you actually recruit? Do you have lots of different ways? It's probably the last thing we have time to talk about. I wish we had more time. But in terms of the getting Alaska musicians who want to get a ticket, or audiences who want to go down in March, right? 22nd to 26th of March is the next festival. And probably you've already booked it out. But in general, how do musicians get on to Treefort?
Yeah, so as part of that, I just want to share that Treefort also, we're pretty passionate. I know I definitely am about, especially the festival circuit in general is really hard for, especially developing acts, independent acts, to like crack and get the opportunity. And so a big part of Treefort was built around like, giving visibility to artists that weren't getting opportunities in other places and or in Boise in general. Because pre-Treefort, if you were in a weird band, which I was in a pretty weird band, it was harder to get opportunities and for example. So we're really passionate about, we work with agents and we book, national, international talent, but we also book a lot of independent artists or artists with smaller representation. And that's really important to us. And we have an open submission platform, and it's free. And that's another passion of mine, because I used to have to apply to festivals and pay $30 every time I applied to a festival. And then we look from the lens, we're trying to represent a lot of different genres, but also a lot of different regions. So, I think if you're presenting yourself as representing Alaska and what's happening, that's of intrigue to a festival like us. We're trying to have geographic representation, because in the end, we're trying to build touring circuits for our own local talent and the regional talent. And so we're trying to bring everyone together so that we can deepen those connections, especially out west where drives are longer. I don't want to talk to Alaska about how long the drives are.
So we know that.
but you know what I mean. And so
yeah.
Anyways. Look for submissions to open in the summer. We are pretty much booked. In fact, that's what I've been doing all day, is working on schedule for March. And you just look for submissions to open through our website and stuff. Also, and this goes for any festival, also try to find the email address of someone like me and just send an email to, never. Always try. There's no harm in sending.
Push that one right now, I think, in the chat or later today. Our excellent moderators will do this. I was wondering, I haven't warned you about this, Eric. There are some amazing people in the Zoom and in the room here today who are planning or are already building festivals. And do you have any kind of word of cheering to them?
Yeah, I think it's an awesome thing. Like you said, it's a great way to build community, and start with that being the vantage point, and also be prepared to lose money. And so make sure you have some to lose, even if it's someone else's money. Figure that out, and invite others. I think that's one of the things that, collaboration is really powerful. If you invite others in and give them some ownership over it in the creative process, you'll have more teammates that care about it.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Eric, for talking to us today. Good luck with your next festival, and we'll see you down the line. Thank you.
Thank you, and hi to all my friends out there.
I want to have cool music festivals here. Hey, guess what? We do. Oh, you guys, we have amazing festivals in Alaska, but we especially have amazing festivals coming up in Juneau and previously in Juneau. So I would love to interview Kachung and Taylor Vidic. Yeah, sure. Bring an extra chair. You are such a festival manager. Can you two introduce yourselves? You might have to turn your microphone on.
Haukaas kachungan tali mamtri sakomyonga tagwam nutamani sengkerani huitachto khoyawi kamtamani tang khluchi. My name is Kachung. I'm originally from a town called Mamtrisuk in my language is what we call it. But in the English language it's called Bethel. I don't know why. But it's in the southwestern part of Alaska. But I've been here in Juneau for about 4 years, and so I'm a musician. I've been performing for about 28 years or so, 29 years with my band Bamiwa, my brother, my cousin, and just family. I'm really happy to be here to talk about our festival. Taylor.
I should have gone first. I'm Taylor.
Hi, Taylor.
Hi, thanks. I grew up in Juneau. I've left periodically, but I've been back since pandemic hit, and leaning into working to continue to build community here in town, and being excited about the opportunities that a community of this size has offered to me. So
I like that the community of this size is an opportunity rather than a limitation for you, but we will circle back around to that. Kachung, can you tell me about Akrak, about creating an Indigenous music festival here in Tleka'ani?
Yeah. Well, performing all these years with Bamiwa, we've had the opportunity and the privilege of performing in many festivals around the world. And often we were kind of we're the indigenous stage or the world stage off in the corner. So, and very rarely did we get onto the main stage, right? And then when we did, people were like, "Oh my God, you guys are amazing," and all this stuff, right? But which we were, very proud to be able to share our culture and our language and our music. And so I've been also part of different groups like WA, Western Arts Alliance, which started this program called Advancing Indigenous Performance. I chair the committee and the group, and I'm a board member of WA. Just want to share that as well. But we've had really amazing conversations with artists, Indigenous artists from US based, because it's all US based artists. And basically a lot of the conversations were like, there's no opportunities, or very rare do we have opportunities for Indigenous artists at festivals. And there aren't any Indigenous festivals in the United States of America. There's been some one-offs here and there, which we performed at, but we usually had performed at some of them, but they're gone. They would be there maybe for a year, a couple of years. So we really saw, as us artists coming together, we really saw a need for us to do this, for festivals and opportunities to perform. And one of the things that we talked about in those conversations was, we just have to make our own and just do it. And so I, was like, yeah, absolutely. And so when I moved here to Juneau, I had already tried pitching a festival in Anchorage, and it never quite took root. We did have a festival or a music celebration of Indigenous music at the Heritage Center, and I ran that for about 17 years. Coming here and then meeting with the community and talking with different community leaders, the Jack being one, Tlingit and Haida the other, a lot of other amazing organizations and individuals. It really just took root, and people just ran with it, and it was awesome because I was like, hey, what if we do a festival, Indigenous music festival? And everyone's like, yeah, that's awesome. And I spoke with Nancy DeCherney, the former ED here, and she wrote a grant. We wrote a grant, and lo and behold, we got it with the NEA. So we're like, I guess we're doing a music festival, and we got to raise more money because this is a matching grant.
I love when grants make you feel that way. Yeah. Oh no, now I got to do the thing.
Now we got to do it.
And then when it came to executing, you guys had a weird situation of having to execute kind of a year after COVID, but sort of before people were really all the way back. We didn't have, the bivalent vaccine yet. We didn't have a lot of stuff we have yet. There was no certainty, still having waves, and it was hard to produce a festival. And so I'm kind of seeing represented before me, like the creative director, the vision, catalyst human, along with a team, but also then the person who does the nuts and bolts spreadsheets of making the festival actually take place. And you need both of those things. But it was a unique challenge producing that first year.
It was really difficult. When we put the proposal in and started raising money, it was an in-person festival, then everything changed, right? And it took a while to make that decision, and you were there, that we were going to be a virtual festival, because we weren't quite sure, because it felt like things were changing. The vaccine was starting to come in, things were starting to open up, and it was 4th of July in the United States of America, then everything just it was everywhere. And it happened here in Juneau, and we're just so it was really one of the hardest things was to just make that final decision, because we were just spinning our wheels were spinning. We weren't getting anywhere because we didn't quite make that solid decision whether it's going to be in person, it's going to be a hybrid, or it's going to be virtual. But when we did that, it finally moved.
And tell us about what the end product was like. Like, what did it look like when you ultimately saw this virtual festival?
Yeah, we produced two, I want to say 4-hour concerts. There were, how many artists our first year? 14, and most of them flew to Juneau. We filmed them throughout the day live. Like once we hit go, there was no stopping. There was going to be no editing of any of the sets. And so then after filming 4 acts a day, 5 acts a day, we spliced them together with host segments that we had recorded prior to the festival. And that turned out to be a really nice way to implant pieces of Juneau and leaders from Juneau to produce these 2 fully virtual festivals.
And I should say K2 was a really instrumental.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Miko Wilson at K2O, big
public
deal.
Media, yeah. The partnerships that made this come together were really extraordinary, and we are running out of time, but we should do an hour-long special hangout about this. If you all want to come, we can. I think that's not too hard to put together.
Yeah, if you want to, definitely want to learn more about
Yeah.
the festival, just hit us up at awkrockfest.com, and so it'd be Kachung and Taylor. So
Yeah, and also you should plan on getting your tickets to the festival. I believe they are available now.
Yes.
Shameless plug for one of the United States' only Indigenous music fest, potentially only when you started. And yes, this is happening here in Juneau because, as you just said, well, I guess I just have to do it myself.
That's right. Guyana, Gunalchéesh. There's Air Jazz, our very first artist. He was the first artist to perform.
Thank you so much, Kachung. I'm going to keep Taylor for 1 second to ask her about something else, but please look that up, follow it up. There is so much more to every single person we
September
get to talk to.
21st to 23rd.
September 21st to 23rd. All right, yes. See, this is Taylor Vidic. Tell me about what you do as an independent human when you're not doing AK Rock.
I'm also a musician. I'm going to record. I got a grant this year and said, well, now I guess I have to do the thing. So I'm going to record my first album, which is going to be awesome. I'm not stressed about it at all. And then I also manage and book a local venue called the Crystal Saloon that opened up a little less than a year ago. So it's been fun to find the space in Juneau's events and shows and try to fill that space and provide opportunity for artists.
Part of what I wanted to talk to you about is that since I have met you, I think I've seen you produce like 10 mini festivals. Like you just kind of spawn them, like I don't know. They're everywhere. And I really like that you see an opportunity to do that. Can you tell us a little bit about making a mini festival and why this is something that you persist in doing, and I would say probably pretty successfully?
Thank you. I do so with a lot of help. I'm very thankful for how much help I have received from many people in this room. I think many of us have lots of talent and art to offer. It just takes that one person that's going to send the emails or do the spreadsheets or connect all the dots and the pieces. And I have found that there's a part of my brain that sees those pieces and is able to pull them together. And it is very, very fulfilling, especially in my hometown, to be working towards this community that we already get to exist in, but that we know can continue to be amplified. So I just like connecting dots for people.
What would you tell artists who are kind of just doing their own thing one at a time about the benefits of what if you all did a thing together? Because I feel like that's kind of your deal.
Oh, it just feels so good to do it with other people, right? And it can be, right? And it can be scary to reach out and make those connections. But when I arrived, I walked in, I got off an airplane this morning because I came back from a vacay. I walked into the entryway and there were 12 people singing Kat's song. And it was very hot. And I stood there with my coffee in hand and my bag on my shoulder. But like, those are the moments, right? So find ways to connect with people, even if it's starting by going out to the open mics or finding a way to stay caffeinated enough during Folk Fest that you stay up late in the hallway of the Alaskan, which I can't say that I can do that, but I have dreams, aspirations. Yeah, it's just
you're too busy for throwing folk festivals within folk
folk
fest.
fest
Yeah.
within, it's very meta.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just so worth it.
Awesome. And you have been, I only have one more minute, I think. You have been drawing in more and more partners and starting to see cooperation and collaboration among pieces of the town that didn't really talk to each other through the nexus of these events.
Yeah, and I think that COVID taught us all how to communicate more virtually, which is fabulous. So you can get so much more done when there is more than a one-person team, right? So yeah, building those communities, finding the people that you click with, and running with ideas and saying yes and. Yes and.
That was a good yes and. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Taylor, ready? Can I invite Liz Perry to join me on stage? We're going from one real interview to another. This is a different transition. Liz, thank you so much for agreeing to be here. I think that you and I have only had 2 long conversations about music and tourism, and they were both electrifying for me. So.
There we go. Yeah, thank you for having me here.
Yeah, I so appreciate it. So you obviously, folks in tourism, have an understanding of the value of festivals. Tell me about Travel Juneau and your relationship to festivals.
Well, Travel Juneau is the Convention and Visitors Bureau for the capital city, and we're known as a destination marketing organization. So we serve the same function as Visit Anchorage, Explore Fairbanks, those kinds of things. You know us as, and I see we've got some staff here and some volunteers. We provide volunteers down at the dock, at the CST and the kiosk, out at the airport. And we try to make sure that all of our inbound visitors get really high quality information, and it's very accurate. But one of the other functions that we do as we kind of move into more of kind of a management position is try to help develop opportunities for our independent visitors and people coming in for meetings to come in and really enjoy Juneau and everything it has to offer.
So you've been a big fan of kind of boosting the nightlife, of like telling people,
Absolutely.
you know, don't just go on the tour, also get out and hear.
Right, and I think this is something that we want to consider too for, again, our independent visitors, because that's our focus at Travel Juneau. We don't market to the cruise lines at all. We invite independent folks to come in and really stay in Juneau, immerse themselves, and we're finding that our visitors want immersive experiences, they want authentic experiences, and certainly music, as well as other forms of art are part of that experience. So we want to combine what you have to offer and get that out, get that word out, for example, to our business partners. As far as I can see, there is no reason why, if you are waiting for a shuttle or you've got some background music going on, if you're a visitor, why is that music 1980 Sammy Hagar? Why are we not listening to Alaskan artists? So I think part of something that Travel Juneau can do is introduce our partners to your work.
I would be very excited to hear, I think you might agree, to hear Alaskan music on all those tour buses going out to the glacier next summer or the summer after.
Yeah.
That seems like a doable thing. We could work towards that, get there someday.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And and the other opportunity too is we get calls very, actually pretty frequently. Somebody is planning a meeting, they're planning a conference, some sort of event. They call up and they say, I need music. I need an artist for, some piece of that event. And that's where we need you, is because one of the first calls we then make is over here to see who's available. We find out what kind of music that planner is looking for, and so we go forward. So having the directory, having these opportunities on Spotify where we can direct those planners and get you all employed doing that kind of work as well.
I like that one of your goals is to get us employed. We have common ground.
Absolutely.
That's excellent. I also want to keep you forever. This is a little bit longer question, but maybe a good closing one. What do you envision as a positive future for Juneau in tourism and music? Tourism is, in some ways, I think Juneau and a lot of Alaska wrestles with tourism being an extractive industry sometimes, you know, and figuring out how to deal with that and how to cope with it and how to have boundaries with it, you know. But what if we were envisioning a really positive future for music and tourism that was not extractive but instead authentic? What does that conjure for you? What do you imagine when you think of that?
For us, this entire discussion of having festivals and music-based events throughout town, throughout the year, especially in our shoulder seasons, I know for a lot of you, and I know for us, it's very difficult to get something going in the middle of the summertime. You know, very few venues. But what I would really love to do is try to find an event that we can host in the shoulder season ahead of, you know, the holidays, for example, and before we really get rocking and rolling in the summertime. So we balance all of that out. So whatever Travel Juneau can do to help get these festivals jump-started, get them promoted, get that out to our constituencies. One of the things we want to remember too is that we put out 2 newsletters quarterly. One goes to consumers, people who have called us and want extra information, and another one is a media-based newsletter. And we want to be able to highlight the things that are going on, because those newsletters are always, you know, focused with what's new and upcoming in Juneau, to be able to promote to tour operators and travel agents ongoing festivals, things that are going to happen every year, is incredibly powerful, and it's going to come very close to giving our visitors much more what they're looking for when they come into a town like Juneau.
Thank you so much, Liz. Remember to call your local tourism bureau when you are planning something cool.
Yep.
They might like it.
Well, yeah, and if you are planning something, our services are free to planners. So if you need help getting something started, give us a call. We will find people to help you.
You buried that lead, but I like it. Okay. Thank you so much, Liz. Very happy that you joined us.
And we're back. So this is fun, actually. Are you guys enjoying yourselves in the room? You guys on Zoom, are you enjoying yourselves? You can send little clap things in Zoom. I'm just going to quickly introduce the next film sequences. We've got a number of short films now, but the first one's a little bit longer. It's an interview I conducted earlier this week with a presenter, R&B presenter in Anchorage. Her name is Andrea and she runs a production company or presenting company called Be Bad Productions, and she's going to talk about her perspective as a presenter. And this kind of feeds into who the potential collaborators would be, I think, once we get our big state festival together. But also, here's a word from a person you might not have met before. Meet Andrea Anton.
My name is Andrea Anton. I'm with Be Bad Productions. That is BBAAD Productions, LLC. Based out of Anchorage, Alaska. We are Alaskan concert and event promoters. So we have been licensed concert promoters for about 15 years, primarily out of Anchorage. We've done some events out of state as well, but we're proud to be Alaskan owned and Alaska based concert promoters. And we just love the entertainment, primarily the entertainment business as a whole. We love promoting and allowing or giving an opportunity to local artists, giving them a stage. Every time we do an event, I promise you, I learn something. You just learn personalities and people and how to relate and, you know, I guess not approach, but how to work with the public more, I would say. You know, everybody has different personalities. For instance, VIPs versus non-VIPs, that's our big, you know, we definitely pride ourselves on our VIP support. So treating everyone that attends a show as a very important person is very integral to success, I believe, and making people feel, you know, good, seeing people smile and knowing that they're enjoying what you're, you know, endeavoring to do. I guess that's the caveat, and that's what makes me like want to keep doing this, I guess. I always say what happens behind the scenes, you know, you don't want the audience to know, so it should be seamless to the audience. But behind the scenes, there's a lot of work that goes into it. So everything from choosing a venue or finding a venue, you know, an appropriate venue, to making sure you have the right sound and lighting, and that it's appropriate for whatever performance that you're having done. Is the date correct? You know, is there something else going on in the community that's going to be a conflict? So the planning part of it is half the battle, I would say. And then, of course, putting it on, making sure that it, as much as possible, seamless as possible to the audience. So all types of events, all types of shows, and each one of those are unique. So locally, of course, we just kind of, you know, word of mouth, you know, ask if we've had a previous performer, they may say, well, I have a friend who also performs. So it's more word of mouth locally. As far as out of state or finding talent to bring to Alaska, that's a lot more difficult. I have a number of contacts that I've been working with for well over 10, 15 years. And so I will email them or contact them and say, hey, do you have anyone under this, you know, I don't know, 5,000 or 10,000 or whatever the threshold is. And they'll send me a list, and we go through that list and try to see who's appropriate or who we really want, you know, from that list. And then look at the dates, look at the price, and see if it's feasible. So I have a number of artists that we've booked previously that I stay in contact with. I have a number of artists who have referred me to other agents. And then again, I also have a few booking agents, agencies that I've worked with over the years that we've developed a good working relationship. So I can, hey, what's going on? Or who do you have now? Or they'll contact me and say, hey, are you interested in this artist, you know, or something. And I attend a number of music festivals, other, you know, events and shows out of state. So I do try to stay up on that, see who's relevant, how do they put their shows together, you know, and do a lot of observing, collaborating, and that type of thing to just try to build my own knowledge base. Believe it or not, I talk a lot now, but I was very shy. I did not do public speaking. And so what got me out of my shell, so to speak, was really going, you know, being involved in my church, small church, but I was kind of, my pastor was like, you need to do the announcements. So when I started doing the announcements, I started getting more comfortable in front of people talking. And now I can't stop talking, so they say. But that kind of got me interested in that. And I started doing events locally, talent shows, predominantly youth talent shows, working with youth organizations, ACTSO, ACTSO, Academic, Cultural, Technological, Scientific Olympics. That's a program, that a year-long enrichment program. So I did that for 10 years and worked with nonprofit, booking their speakers for their annual fundraiser. So those type of things really got me involved and with a quest for entertainment, booking entertainment. I'm also involved in a number of local community organizations. So for instance, the Black Business Expo is coming up in February. I work a lot with that. So I'll volunteer my time. I may be a vendor. I may provide entertainment or help coordinate the entertainment. I'm trying to be very visible, I guess is the word. I think the key to being successful, especially as a concert and event promoter, is you have to be very visible in the community. You have to attend other events, supportive of other events, sharing. I do a lot of sharing on social media of other events, whether I'm involved or not. I still try to support, and I think that has been the key to our success. That we always, you know, we're always out there, so to speak. We're visible. So we attend a lot of local artist shows. We, even if I don't attend, sometimes I'll buy tickets just to show support, and those type of things. I think that's that is the key to success. The future for hip hop, R&B, and rap, because I consider, well, I think there is a difference between hip hop and rap, but that's a whole nother story. That's a whole nother interview. But I believe the future for those genres of music in Alaska is promising. I'm cautiously optimistic when I say that. And what I mean by that is there's a lot of talent in our state for all genres of music, but in predominantly in the field of R&B and hip hop, we have a lot of talented artists. Sometimes finding a stage for them and an opportunity for them to perform can be difficult. And some of that is tied to, you know, availability of different venues and that type of thing. But I'm part of the Alaska Hip Hop and R&B Awards. We normally do that on an annual basis, except because of COVID, we kind of, you know, got stagnant. But we plan to, you know, resurrect the Alaska Hip Hop and R&B Awards, which does showcase Alaskan talent in all genres. And that was a great opportunity for us to see and, you know, a lot of different artists perform. As long as we have venues and opportunities for them to have a stage to showcase their talent, the future looks bright. An Alaskan music festival that's inclusive of all genres of music, blues, folk, jazz, R&B, hip hop on one stage. I would love to see a revolving stage of all genres of music in Alaska outside with great weather. Imagine that.
Greetings, AKIMIs and aliens alike. It's your boy Air Jazz, just sitting here on my MacBook working on some new hits with the Ku-Ich Click. Shout out to Ku-Ich, indigenous funk band in Seattle, run by Preston Singletary. This has been me for the last 3 years, man. When the pandemic hit back in 2020, I was just chilling at home, working on new singles, starting projects of my own. My solo projects, I've dropped 3 of them. Chi is Chill Cat, Chill Out Chill Cat, and Last Chance Chill Cat. Just been doing a lot of solo work, dropped it on the Spotify, the Apple Music, the YouTube, you name it. And we're gonna keep that going now, man. Got a ukulele for Christmas. I gotta learn ukulele. I've never really played instruments other than a piano and my MacBook here. So we'll keep it going, do some more collabs. A lot of you good people could hit me up for a collab too. GG my G's. All is good in the hood.
Hi, my name is Chaz Gist. I've been a full-time bassist and private educator in Ketchikan for the last 6 years. I play locally in bars and restaurants, and I have a few travel gigs a year throughout Southeast and the Pacific Northwest. I'll actually be in Juneau next weekend for the inaugural ball. I'll play just about any kind of music in Ketchikan. That mostly means funk, rock, and jazz. And I have a private studio. I teach upright and electric bass, guitar, cello, and music theory. I volunteer in the schools, where I give music workshops and I guest direct. And then I work with the local theater with directing and pit work. I'm looking forward to collaborating with more Alaskan musicians more often, and I'm excited to be here. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Emily Anderson. I'm an artist, performer, singer, songwriter, teacher. I wear lots of hats, as I'm sure many of you do, because that seems to be a common denominator when you work in the arts. I'm originally from Fairbanks, but I live in Los Angeles, and I go up to Alaska as often as I possibly can. I've been an artist for the Fairbanks Summer Arts Festival a couple years in a row, and I'm also a volunteer coordinator for them. I've been working with the Alaska Music Summit. I'm actually moderating the Zoom right now, and Alaska always will have a really special place in my heart, and I really care about the people there. So the last couple of years, I've released an album, I've gone on tour, I've gotten a song in a national ad campaign and some video games. I'm really just so grateful to be here. I'm so grateful to get to do music and connect with amazing folks that are all here and giving their energy to elevating the Alaska music scene, which I think is so important. So thanks for being here. Thanks for having me. Nice to meet you.
All right, it's getting cold. I had my scarf on earlier, and it's probably time to de-scarf. Oh, get everything engulfed with that as well. But hey, Enzina Marari, are you unable to mute yourself? Welcome. Thank you for waiting on our long and wonderful program today. We're running a little behind, and we're very grateful for those few presenters who are patiently still with us to share information. So we have talked so far about a lot of different things, and these things are ideas, they are creative potential, they are investments of artists, of their brain power and their humanity into things that will benefit events and product that will benefit the community. And no one knows this better than the two people who are joining me from Rasmussen Foundation, because they are also artists themselves, and artists who are working for the Rasmussen Foundation that has been doing Individual Artist Award now for almost 20 years. It's about 18 years or something like that. And so I want to welcome 20, is it 20? Wow, okay. Enzina and Karen, welcome. And we're going to do a quick little sound check because I've no idea. Karen, you need to unmute yourself from what I can see. And Enzina is doing hand signals, which makes me think that she's
I can do a sound check.
Oh, yes, I hear you beautifully. Karen, can you sing for us? Hello.
Hi,
All right.
good to see you.
Likewise, it's wonderful to see you both. And I'm not going to talk very much. I just want to hear the latest and the greatest on the Artist Individual Awards. And you can take it away with sound and picture, because I think you have some images to show us as well.
I have some slides to share. And first, I just want to say it's so great to be here. I'll go ahead and do a really brief introduction. I'll ping it to my colleague, Karen, and then we'll jump right into our brief presentation. We want to make sure that we have some time for questions. Yngvil, will we have time for questions?
I'm sure we have time, but I'm not quite sure what the logistics are. So let me figure that out while you talk.
We'll figure it out. Hi, everyone. My name is Enzina Murari, she, her. I'm a program officer with the Rasmussen Foundation. As Yngvil stated, I'm also a practicing artist. I'm in the visual arts and performance arts category, but I am a big supporter and lover of music and sound. I've been overseeing the Individual Artist Awards for about 4 years, and we do have some really exciting updates. It is our 20th year of the Individual Artist Award. So we're so excited that we have the good fortune at the foundation to continue funding arts and culture throughout Alaska. And just a shout out to some of the other colleagues I see on the call who are arts funders. We have Ira Perman with Atwood Foundation, Laura Forbes, and Aska, and just gratitude to those folks who are doing the hard work as well. Karen, do you want to do a brief intro?
I would love to. I'm a visual artist. I have received a fellowship award from Rasmussen Foundation in the long ago days. I'm an artist educator and an arts administrator. I'm working with the Rasmussen Foundation. This will be my 4th year as a contractor who was originally hired to just answer questions and help folks navigate the application process. So I will be posting things in the chat just to give you guys resources that will be helpful as you think about applying, if you want to apply for one of the project or I guess it's project awards this year and then fellowships next year.
Yeah, we can talk a little bit about how that shakes out too. Awesome. Thank you so much, Karen. All right, I'm going to move over to my screen. And I'm just going to do a quick check. If someone can give me a thumbs up, maybe Yngvil, if you can see my screen.
We see it. It's beautiful.
Perfect. Okay. So as we intro, this is the 20th year of the Individual Artist Awards. And the program began in 2004, and it was part of an overall comprehensive strategy to support arts and culture in Alaska. And our board of directors and staff at the time met with community leaders and really thought about what are the best ways and what are the best strategies that as a foundation we can invest and grow arts and culture. And I think the expectation was fund arts organizations, support different types of convenings or gatherings, which was part of it, but overwhelmingly the feedback was put money directly into the hands of artists. And that is what gave birth to the Individual Artist Awards. This year, we have exciting news. We have increased the award amounts. So there are 3 awards and we got an increase across all 3. So project awards had been at $7,500. They've been increased to $10,000. No other changes to the project award category, just an increase in the award amount. And there are still up to 25 of those eligible to receive each year. Fellowships were at 18,000. Those have been bumped to 25,000, and there are up to 10. And then, of course, the distinguished artist was increased from 40,000 to 50, and that is a one award each grant cycle. It's a separate process. It's done by nomination. People can nominate themselves. That process has now closed, but it opens typically around November. We'll let folks know if that changes. So think if you know someone in your network, in your communities that has been working at a mature and established level for years and has kind of lifetime investment in arts and culture and is really worthy of this award, please consider nominating them next year. All of the grants are a one-year cycle. So even if it's a fellowship, which is a little bit more kind of unrestricted in its use, it has to be something that can be done within a year's time. The awards also come with professional development, and that professional development is typically done throughout that award year, and it provides artists with information on refining their craft, refining their portfolio, how to refine an artist statement, how to approach publishers or music labels or galleries or museums. So it's really hands-on support in the professional practice of your practice as an artist or a musician. The grants can really be used for a broad variety of things. A project award is much more concrete. It is something that can be done in a year. I think I heard Taylor, who is Taylor Vidic, our 2022 award recipient. I think I heard that was to record an album. So really clear, defined projects. Fellowships can be a little bit more open. They can be used for research. They can be used for exploration. They can be used for developing your practice or developing your craft or attending conferences or workshops or meetings. So these can be a little bit more undefined, but we still need to know what you intend to do over that course of that year. It is limited to full-time Alaska residents. So that's someone who's been in Alaska at least 2 full years at the point that they're applying. And folks have to be in Alaska when they're applying for the awards. And this year we are introducing a residency, a proof of residency requirement that if someone is selected, we will require submission of proof of residency before that award can be made. And these are for Alaska artists who are 18 years or older, so for adults. One note that it's not new, but it's relatively new to the program. We did expand about 3 years ago to include groups and collaboratives. And I think this is really essential, especially for artists working in music and composition and kind of the performing arts. So it is not just limited to an individual artist or individual musician. Groups or collaboratives can apply. Those groups can be ongoing, or they could be new collectives working on a one-time project. And when that project concludes, that collective can dissolve. So it's really flexible. We made that change because we really recognize the collaborative nature of art making across all disciplines, but also specific disciplines that were being limited in how they apply. Music fell into that category, dance, the performing arts, etc. So we really wanted to expand that and recognize the collaborative nature of art making across the state. One note that folks who are, and I think I heard Emily say wearing many hats. We do that as artists. We wear many hats all the time. And so there might be someone who's part of a group and also has an individual practice. And so that person needs to decide if they're going to be applying as part of a group or as an individual, because there can only be one application per person per grant cycle. So a person can apply as an individual for a project award and then leave it there, or they can apply as part of a group for a fellowship and leave it there. Cannot apply for more than one award, cannot apply in more than one discipline, cannot be part of more than one application. I did just speak a little bit about some of the disciplines that the foundation recognizes, and we have 11 distinct disciplines that artists have to identify under, but really we've tried to expand what these disciplines are so we can encompass any type of art practice, any type of practice that involves creative making or culture bearing. So if someone is a maker, an artist, and they're not sure where they fit, reach out to us. We have an email address I'm sure Karen is going to put, if she has not already, in the chat. It's arts@Rasmussen. Karen will probably respond to it right away, but we both check that email. So if you're not sure exactly where you fit, reach out to us and we can help you with that. I won't go through all of these since they are up on the screen, but I will say that every year we cycle half of the fellowship categories. So this year, only 5 of the 11 disciplines are eligible to be applied for as a fellowship. All 11 every year are available in the project award category, but the fellowship bounces from year to year. Part of the reason is because the fellowships are more competitive because there are less of them. And so we try to be to give more opportunity to those disciplines every other year. So music and music composition is not available as a fellowship this year. It is available as a project award. And I also want to note a few other disciplines where, as an artist working in music and sound, you might see yourself represented. So presentation interpretation is also a musical category. It can also be a theater-based category. I want to note one of the differences between someone who might be a musician but apply under presentation and interpretation. Presentation interpretation currently is reinterpreting work that is existing. So classical musicians that are playing or singing classical works would apply under the presentation and interpretation because those are not original to them in their practice. If you are an artist or a musician or a part of a band that are writing your own material and performing your own material, you would apply under the music or music composition category. So presentation interpretation is existing work that is being presented in a new context or reinterpreted in a new context. We have also seen traditional and folk musicians, folk and traditional culturally based musicians apply in the folk and traditional arts category because the music they are producing and performing is rooted in their culture and in their heritage. An example might be John Yngvil, who is an Irish bagpiper who received an award in 2019. He applied under folk and traditional arts. That was a work that was rooted in his heritage and cultural practice. We also heard, you all also heard from Kachung earlier today, who is a multi-disciplinary artist and also received award in the folk and traditional arts category. So musicians might see themselves as music and music composition if their work is original, might see themselves in presentation and interpretation if their work is representing existing, or folk and traditional if their work is rooted in culture and heritage. Sometimes there are also intersections, and it's case by case in performance arts, in multidiscipline, and sometimes even new genre, which is when there's a kind of crossing into newer technologies and emerging technologies. And so if you fall into one of those categories that is not clear cut, we ask you to reach out to us so we can make sure that you're applying under the right discipline. That's incredibly important because I'll talk about who the panelists are, but your application is assigned to a panelist that works in the discipline that you've selected. So these are the initial folks who are looking at your application, and we want to make sure that we're matching them up with, matching the applicants up with the right panelists. I just want to throw this out. Because we have such a limited amount of time today, we do have upcoming meetings and workshops where we dive deeper into the application. We do more hands-on workshops, workshopping your artist statement, your narrative, what your work samples are looking like, So those are upcoming starting next week. The 17th is more of kind of an overview. It's more of an artist gathering where we'll hear from artists who've received awards. Kuchung is going to be highlighted in that. So if you want to hear more from him, please attend. And then we're also joined by some community arts leaders who will be sharing from a panel their perspective of supporting arts and what opportunities exist in their practices. Okay, so one thing we wanted to talk about is what type of music is awarded, because I think there's been some confusion with the title music composition and what that might mean in practice. And so we've updated that language to be music/music composition, and all types and genres of music are included and represented. So I'm just going to cycle through some of the artists that received project awards or fellowships last year. So these are just the artists who were awarded in the music category last year. And their music practice spans from hip hop to folk music to a cappella to multidiscipline, to producing music, to classical, to experimental and polychromatic. So these disciplines really go across all the genres of music making and sound. And so really there's room for all the ways that you all create. We also wanted to share a little bit about who the panelists are, because we understand that once you hit send on your application, it kind of goes to the ether. And then there's a little bit of curiosity about who is reviewing these applications, who is looking at your work and who is making these decisions. So before I get there, I also want to clarify our roles at the Rasmussen Foundation. So we oversee and we facilitate this process, but we are not the ones making the decisions. We work with about 15 panelists every year across all disciplines from across the country, sometimes internationally as well. And these are experts in their field, they're subject matter experts, they're practicing artists, they are representing other foundations or grant-making institutes or museums or galleries. So we really tried to get a good cross-section of representation. And I just wanted to share who our panelists were specifically in music and music discipline over the last few years to show you what practice they all have in terms of what they're bringing to their table. And so just like we've had awardees across all disciplines and practices, we've had artist panelists across all practices and disciplines as well. And so these were just 6 of the folks who have served on the panel over the last few years, and they span from indie, rock, and folk to performance, to folk, blues, and gospel, to jazz, to the banjo, to hip hop, to singer-songwriter and indie rock. So we really try to capture lots of different voices. And we also work with practicing artists who have gone through similar experiences. They've received awards, they've received fellowships, they've been applying for residencies or opportunities. So they know what the experience is to be on the other side of the application. I heard our colleague Laura Forbes say the other night about the humanity behind the panel process. And I think it's important to know that these are people who are very invested and very committed to your success, even if the awareness they have of your practices from these awards. I think next I wanted to, if we had time, I wanted to open it up for some questions. Karen, did you have anything to add?
No, I've just been typing away. It's like lots of questions coming in the chat, sending information out. Please, if you have any questions or just need some clarification about how all this works, the application process, the guidelines, what you're eligible to apply for. I just got a really good question from Tater Tot about beat packs and like applying as an individual. We will send you information. We can do phone calls. So just please reach out, in the future if you are interested in applying.
Oh, let me scroll through here and get you there's our email.
Yeah.
Yngvil, did we have time to take a couple questions?
Yeah, I think we can take the time. I think if we take a couple more minutes right now, if there's something that Karen, as a moderator, I think she's seen in the chat that is so generally valid that we can answer it, that would be great. And then I had a comment as well about AKIMI's involvement with Rasmussen. So yeah, go ahead.
I'm seeing a question about comments, panel comments from past applications. We're having a little bit of technical difficulty on the platform right now. We've done some toggling of things. In the future, we're going to ask people to opt in for comments rather than opt out. And so right now we're like going back on the back end to try to sort through how to access that. If you're having trouble finding your comments, just shoot us an email and we will get our IT brilliant person to sort that stuff out.
I just saw a really great question come through the post about, will there be grants for future artists under 18? I can't say with any certainty. Things are always in flux and changing, but our permissions from the IRS for this program are for adults. So we, unfortunately, at this time, we don't have youth awards available to us. That's not to say that at some point in the future, that wouldn't be possible, but currently we don't have those permissions. And we know that that can be sometimes a barrier to certain groups that have multi-generational membership, but unfortunately, it's just not an area we can fund right now.
I can post the link to the application and guidelines, which, I mean, I just think if you're going to apply for any kind of opportunity, it's important to just know, like, you're going to have these certain kinds of things. It's like the resume, the statement, a kind of a narrative about what you want to apply for, and good work samples. So I'll put that in the chat. And also the website has a really wonderful toolkit for artists. And we're always welcoming, like, information about what would be useful for you as musicians to know about, because technology is always changing. And so
And
if I can, go ahead.
I was just going to say, before I turn it over, Yngvil, back to you, also just reinforce, and we'll put these in the chat, but we have some really great hands-on workshops coming up the 17th, general intro to the intro of the program for folks who just want a little bit more information. The 19th is a big overview. And then we're having 2 hands-on workshops on the 26th for first-time applicants and the 2nd of February for seasoned applicants that have applied several times. And we'll make sure to get that info in the chat.
And I can also actually drop those 2. I have the flyers for those 2 events. I'll make sure to drop them in the chat once I can multitask again, or once I don't have to. I wanted to mention that we, AKIMI, are incredibly grateful to be able to work with the Rasmussen Foundation now formally to facilitate communication about this. Personally, I think that talking to people, reaching out and being in the same room and having a buddy or a mentor or, somebody you trust to kind of just affirm your way through this process is a great way to go, both the first and the second and the third time. I think that we all know what it's like to apply for money or for anything and get a no, and that can also be a little bit of a turn down, and then eventually we kind of feel a pat on the back when we get the yes. And so you go both ways. And so AKIMI is going to be working with the Rasmussen Foundation on helping individuals who connect with us if there's specific things that musicians want to know. And then we are also in a dialogue about kind of fine-tuning the process, for example, around what kind of work samples work best for churning in for musicians and things like that. So kudos to the Rasmussen Foundation for having the ear to the ground on and really wanting to serve us in the best possible way and facilitate musicians in this process. And we look forward to co-hosting workshops, passing information back and forth, and bringing more music projects to the Rasmussen Foundation's panel. So with that, I want to really thank Karen and Enzina for being here, and we may get you to come back because I'm at the last interview that I'm going to conduct here, and I wanted to bring in Ira Perman from the Atwood Foundation, and maybe the two of you will just hang out with us. But Ira, can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Great.
Welcome. And thanks for being here. I have seen you been hanging out for a while here.
I've been
you are
the beginning. Yes, thank you. It's
from
been a
the
wonderful
beginning.
Session.
Thank
It's been
you
a wonderful
so much.
session. Yngvil, I want to thank you and Marianne for putting together with your great helpers behind the scenes this remarkable summit. It's been great to get the summit back live again, especially in this sort of a hybrid format. I think it's working just great. I also want to thank Enzina and Karen just for now having brought up the individual artist program. It's a wonderful program. I wish Atwood Foundation could do more in that arena. I would like to say 21 years ago, I had a little role in that. I facilitated the meeting that caused it to happen. And I'm just glad it's grown into what it is today. So good work. Good work.
Yeah, and please don't hide your light under a bushel. One of the reasons why we are talking to you, or bringing you in sort of towards the end of the summit, is exactly that you've been around and not just been observing, but really been active on the art scene, the humanities scene for decades and decades. And I wanted to, and you are now, have been since 2014, I think, executive director of the Atwood Foundation, which is, one of the absolute largest funders of the arts and also of music, and even in Alaska. And even if the Atwood Foundation is kind of Anchorage based, you also really do help out across the state in many different ways. And before that, you've been leading the Anchorage Concert Association, you've been leading the Humanities Forum, you've been in politics directly, and so on. So I wanted to ask you, now like you said, we're back from COVID, we're back from isolation, and now we're kind of moving again. What are you observing? What are your thoughts and hopes for our sector?
Well, a lot has changed, particularly COVID really made a big impact on it. Here at the Atwood Foundation, we support through grants to mostly not-for-profit organizations, probably about 50 or 60 different arts organizations, the majority of those which are music organizations. And what happened during COVID, of course, all performing arts organizations shut down. And it caused, for us, kind of an identity crisis, like, okay, now what do we do? As it turned out, we just tell all of our grantees here, you're going to have as much money as you had last year. You don't have to do anything with it. Just stay alive. Just stay alive. That's our motto. We like to keep all of our artists and arts groups, with us. But coming out of it, as we came out of it, it became apparent that it was very difficult for the national artists that would come in and perform, was the guest soloists with the symphony, the concert association, the opera. They couldn't get up here. So those organizations just didn't come out of the COVID shutdown for a long time. But what did happen was the opportunity for local artists, particularly local musicians, to perform. And I think last summer we funded, and we're happy to do so, 5 different outdoor concert series in Anchorage. For the museum had one, the Downtown Partnership had 2, Concert Association put one on, the Alaska Jazz Workshop did one. I see John Damberg there. Hello, John. So that seems to have started something, and what I'm seeing is an increased interest in local music, and that's a good thing. I think there's always been an interest there, but I think the fact that we were able to, with our partners, catalyze audiences to come see it they're now more aware than ever that we have, tremendous talent here, tremendous talent and passion. And I think, today we've seen and heard from many, Kat Moore, Ed Littlefield, Kachung, Lisa Hawkins, among the others that I've known of, and there's just more all the time. So that's worth, from us as a foundation perspective, finding more ways to support. So.
Yeah, and thank you for bringing that up too, as a champion as a former visiting artist, and now for 20 years a local artist. This effort to champion for local performers in particular in the performing arts venues and with the major performing arts presenters seems to be paying off, and maybe the pandemic sort of helped us a little bit inadvertently in that regard. One thing that we're doing with this summit is obviously connecting different people, connecting information, people to information, and people to people. And one thing that I've noticed also through building a relationship with you and with Zina and Karen, with other people who are the ones who manage large sums of money that can support artists, is the importance of talking to each other. Not talk about money. We talk about art. We talk about the community. We are all living together, and we have different jobs, and we play different roles at times. But in terms of keeping this and keeping this conversation vital and bring new voices to the table, can you speak to that a little bit, about how important it is that we reach out to organizations like yours and others and just have discussions?
Right. It is very important. The arts field is very relation-based. We like to know each other on a personal basis, right down to our individual souls, as it were. That talk of authenticity I thought was very important, and it really resonated with me. It's a challenge, of course. There's so many wonderful people and wonderful artists around the state, that for us to get to know everybody. We're a very tiny staff at the Atwood Foundation, and a very small board. So finding those relations, building those relations is very tough. So that's why particularly today, was a great session, just having heard from so many artists. And I enjoyed, by the way, the online breakout session that took place over lunch. For those of you who were online, it was a great session, and I learned quite a bit from conversations with the artists there about what's the world of TikTok and Instagram, and how does that all play out now, and we need to learn all about that. So what we try to do is we try to build community through the arts. Just real simple, build community through the arts. And the arts are such an important part of building community. It's where we either online, or even preferably in person, we gather as audience members. We gather with the artists who have so many important things to tell us, make us feel, make us think. That builds community, and that's what the Atwood Foundation is really all about, and that's what we try to do.
And that takes me, I'm skipping over a question I had about money because it gets too technical, and actually community and doing events is much more fun to talk about anyway right now. And I just wanted to ask you what you think about the talk you've heard about festivals and as community builders and so on.
Well, that's a leading question, because you know the answer to that.
Well, you shouldn't give it, we should humor me here.
Sure. We would love to see more festivals, and particularly if it's anything possible to have a large scale Alaskan music festival. It doesn't have to be exclusively music, but music would anchor it, and that would on one hand introduce us to visiting artists from all over the world, particularly in the northern hemisphere, northern part, but also an opportunity for all of Alaskans to showcase, learn from, and expose the visiting artists to Alaskan artists. It's something we were moving along pretty fine with until COVID hit, and now you need to pick it back up again, and we are, and particularly with the assistance of Northern Cultural Exchange and AKIMI and some others, there'll be a lot more lot more in that arena coming up. So
Well, look forward to that, Ira. Yes. Is there anything else I should have asked you? Another leading question?
Well, there's so much to talk about, and I know we're a little short on time, but once again, I did want to thank you, want to thank Marian and everybody else, all the panelists, all the artists that have been involved with sharing your skills, your passion for what you do. It's a tough field to be in, I know it, but that passion comes through, and it's something that we all as human beings need to hear from you and feel. So thank you for all that you do to make our lives full. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ira. Thank you, everybody here. We're going to now close out the Zoom interviews and conversation, do a little bit more chatting here. Stay chatting, everyone. I'm going to send it right over to the switcher and the Juneau room. Thank you very much, Ira.
Thank you, Yngvil.
But to the close of us merging the hybrid Zoom and room. What's going to happen next is I'm going to say some closing remarks, but then instead of one of us ending the event, we actually want you who are assembled to end the event. So on the Zoom, after we have a closing thoughts from the Zoom shared with us by one of your moderators so that the people here in Juneau can hear what was talked about on the Zoom, we're going to hear that. And then we're actually going to separate out. Y'all in the Zoom should stay and talk some more. Linger, do the thing that you do after a conference where you hang out and go bother that interesting person that you met or you talk to an old friend, right? You're free to hang out on the Zoom. We're going to leave it open for you to do exactly that and to ask more questions and have conversations. Here in the room, we are going to stop worrying so much about our hybrid technology and we are going to hear from you. We're going to pass the mic to anyone who has a closing remark or a closing thought. I'm going to do it open mic style, where I'll give you 1 minute, just like our artists had to share with us 1 minute. But we really want to close out not by hearing from a guest speaking from a megaphone, but just from the folks assembled here. After that, the room is open. We have to be out of here and completely clear by 5 o'clock sharp. But until then, as long as you're halfway helping clean up, hang out and talk to the people that are here. So are the logistics clear? Sorry, that took a second to say. Now I really want to say some big thank yous. I think we should thank a lot of people who made this possible. We've been appearing, but some of the folks who've done a ton of the work behind the scenes, I really have to shout out Cameron Brockett, who kept my brain on and did a lot of the fiddly administrative spreadsheet work that we've been talking about. Also, thanks so much to Emily Anderson and Dave Emmert and Lisa Hawkins and Lauren Peterson, our online moderators. You didn't see them, but they were doing a lot of work. I saw them. Also, thank you so much to the Jack, which was an incredible partner. Kathleen gave us tons and tons of help. I don't know if y'all have paid attention to Frostline Studios over here making us look so much better than a webcam in the back of the room was gonna. Can you imagine? Amazing. We look forward to more from them. I hope that they become regular visitors to Juneau and that when y'all are in Anchorage, you look them up. Also, thanks to the City and Borough of Juneau, which is responsible for the grant that let us use the Jack here today. Our city was supporting the Arts Council and the Arts Council supported us. Thank you so much to both of those bodies for prioritizing musicians gathering and being here and giving us this room to be in for free with tremendous amount of staffing and support. It was free to us. It was not free to the folks who worked here today and to support the building, and the city decided to invest in that. So let's keep them doing that, right? Thank you to City and Borough of Juneau and to the Juneau Arts and Humanities Council. Pat, do you have a slide with our people to thank, maybe? Because then I'll remember everyone and not forget anyone. Yes, there we go. The Rookery Cafe brought us some pastries. And Amplify Alaska was our partner in having Kat Moore come down here, as well as a partner in having Frostline Studios come down here. They're going to do some more work. If you are not aware of Amplify Alaska, we should have done a whole segment on them, and we will next time. Northern Culture Exchange, you heard about a little bit at the beginning. They help us receive funding, and they are responsible for a lot of the content you see today. The Alaska State Council on the Arts is one of our major partners and is invested in this happening. They have helped us make this happen and encouraged it to happen at every step. And last of all, the Atwood Foundation and Rasmussen Foundation are some very, very significant support for this. And again, they believe good things happen when artists gather just like we do. Thank you for enduring my long thanks, but there is I cannot say enough how grateful I am. When you see how hard it is to drum up this kind of support, you get really, really excited about the people who care. And these are some people who care, who are getting us pushed in the right direction. And if we could do nothing else but connect ourselves to them better and to each other better, we could do more. Oh, yes, the Music Maker Meetup. If you are in Anchorage or gonna be in Anchorage or know someone in Anchorage, we are having a meetup like this, but with no speakers and no goals and no agenda. We're just gonna hang out. It will be the opposite. It will still be good. And am I free to say my last thing? All right. My last thing is that it is a hard, weird time to be a human and a hard, weird time to be an artist. I think a lot of you know what I'm talking about. Maybe humanity's always been this way, but it always seems to feel uniquely like you look around you and the structures that humans have made that we have grown up with, good and bad, seem to be kind of coming apart at the seams, and you don't know exactly why you should finish filling out that spreadsheet or send that email, because why? And I really like doing this work because this work has helped me come to understand that structures like that human beings built that support a lot of us, they do fall apart, but music is not one of those structures. Music is not a structure we built. Music is a fundamental trait of our species. Music is something we do, just like bees do weird little dances, and like porcupines have quills, and like raccoons have stripes. If some other alien were to come name our species, we would be the one that was obsessed with patterns and with motion and with repetition and with melody, right? That's a thing we do, and that's a thing we did before we had any civilization structures. That's a thing we have beyond any kind of structures, and it's a thing we'll have after every structure is gone. And I don't know what or when the last bonfire humanity ever throws is gonna be, but I know there's gonna be singing, and I know there's gonna be drumming, and I know there's gonna be dancing. And that's why I think that this work, us getting together here, matters, even when all the other stuff feels so uncertain, because music is not something we built. Music is something that we are. It's a function of what we are. And we're not gonna stop doing it. We're gonna raise all the money, and it's gonna be good, and we're gonna like help each other out and build good things. But even if we didn't, the music would not stop. They could not stop us, right? And that is empowering as heck. So I don't know am I allowed to swear on Zoom? I don't know. Pretend I did. Heck yeah. They can't stop us, but we can support each other. And we can support each other by believing in each other enough and encouraging each other enough to send the dang email and fill out the spreadsheet if that's the next thing in front of us, if that's the doable thing. That was a long way of saying I love you all, and Gunalchéesh, Gunalchéesh, because their thank you is not a big enough word. You need a bigger word, and it feels so good. So we're going to throw now to Emily Anderson from the Zoom. I want to hear Emily reporting back some of what the folks in the Zoom thought, and then we are going to conclude our conversations, and we're going to pass the mic to all you.
Hi, everybody. It's so good to see familiar faces in the Zoom and in the room. Hey, that rhymes. But this has just been such an amazing conference. There's been a lot of appreciation and thanks to the organizers here in the chat. And also in the breakout, we talked a lot about just getting to connect and organize ourselves, which is exactly what we're doing right here. So there's just so much talent and so much heart in this group of people. And I'm personally so excited to see what we can do when we put our heads together. So thank you all for entrusting your time to be here. Time is so valuable. And I'm just really grateful. I'm really grateful to be amongst all of you amazing people. So thank you to Yngvil and Marian. Thank you to all of the amazing sponsors and the speakers. And thanks to everyone who showed up and made this possible. So yeah. We're gonna hang out in the Zoom and you guys are gonna have fun socializing in person.
Are we hanging out right now?
I think so. I hope I'm not just on the big screen yelling now.
I hope we are.
I feel socialized already.
I know. Yeah. Gosh,
I can confirm, Emily, you are not on the big screen.
Okay. Yeah, this has been a marathon Zoom. Thank you all so much for hanging around. This has been so much fun. It's so good to see you all and
thank you, Emily. You guys, like all of you guys who worked on this was incredible.
Oh, I'm so glad.
I know so much work must have gone into every part of this.
Seriously, the fact that I can be as far away as I am right now and still be a part of this is absolutely amazing.
This is the first year of the 4 years that this has happened that it has been accessible like this. So I look forward to, especially living so spread out like we do, both in state and out of state. Anyway, thanks, because I think that's a big deal too.
Yeah. I'm in
really
LA.
grateful.
I'm able to be here.
I'm on my couch in my pajamas doing taxes, and I'm really, really grateful that I got to see all your faces. I won't show you mine because there's no need, but I love you all very much. And thank you for everything that you put into this, because tons of information and just opportunities. Awesome.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
so
I think
good
it's
to see
great.
your name.
Yeah, I think it's great to have both access through Zoom and local access, because Alaska is such a big state. It's hard to travel, it's expensive to travel. So it's great. We all need to share the information across the board.
It's been an amazing opportunity to be a community, and we don't get enough of these, and I'm really glad that, that you put it together. Thank you so much for doing all the work. Great to see a lot of your faces. I gotta run, I can't stay and hang. But to those faces I have seen, great to see you. And to those who are doing taxes and other other things at home, be well. Look forward to hearing music from you all.
I gotta pack up for a gig right now, but I am listening.
No need to show up.
Hi, Jazz.
Yeah, all good.
It's been really great to prepare this stuff, but also watch Marian do a lot of the work. And Marian and Emily and Cameron and the other people who are sort of new to me personally. We all know that this work is the sum of all the parts and everybody's. It feels so nice not to have 40, 60 other people in the other room listening to me while I'm talking. I feel I can relax again now. But it shows every time we put something on and we do something, there's like a handful, or at least a handful of really excellent people that kind of come crawling out of the woodwork. So we keep growing the community of really able, multi-talented, aware, wonderful people. So it's just so exciting and rewarding to be part of that process.
Hey, well, I got a question for you. For
Hey, John.
your little artist comments thing there, how do I get involved talking about the jazz scene?
What do you mean comments? Oh, did you mean?
Oh, your little artist, your little
the
artist
little
features
videos
that were going on?
Yeah. Well, we've had some things going on in our organization that has put some pressure on our time, and so a lot of this stuff was kind of like last minute reaching out to folks, especially also in Juneau. So one of the things you can do is show up to the party next Saturday and talk till your throat is sore about jazz, and then we'll keep organizing Zoom meetings and things like that in the future. So there isn't really a circuit. There was this time around we didn't really curate or anything, or maybe we curated by who we could reach out to. And there's also voices that we haven't heard from at all in this context. So where anyone who feels like they should be heard, just, reach out and we'll make sure that next time you're on the docket.
Good. Because I didn't, when I replied back to the initial, I think it was Cameron was sending out information. I said I'd be interested in talking, but I never heard back from anybody. So
Yeah. Well,
short on time.
Okay. Yeah. No. We'll make sure we do a better job of responding to those. Thank you.
Sure.
Thanks for inviting me, Emily. Honestly, I didn't know what to expect because I've never been to one of these before. And not knowing what it was going to be, it's probably something I would have been unlikely to travel to attend. So this has really been enlightening and kind of changed my matrix today. Like, oh, there's all kinds of support out there and a bigger community than I knew about. And that's really valuable to me. So thank you.
Wonderful.
Everyone who put this together.
Yeah, I was excited to see, so many Fairbanks people tuning in. So I've been trying to get, get people tuned into this or wanting to for a while.
Yeah, I sent a lot of emails. I'm very enthusiastic about this, in case you can't tell.
Yeah, and thank you, Emily. And it's like sometimes this is kind of interesting that AKIMI has been spearheaded in several different generations, if I can call it that. We haven't been around for that long, but there's several waves of people, and most of the time there's somebody from a community, but with a foot outside of the community. Just like you are now in LA, and you have Fairbanks close to your heart, and we have Michael Howard, who's from Anchorage but spends a lot of time in Portland. I came the other way around. I imported myself to Alaska, and the same with Marian, and there are others too. People, right? So, ditto. So, it's an ongoing thing, right? And it goes in waves. And COVID has. We've only started realizing the setbacks of COVID, but it was palpable for us because AKIMI as an organization with movements of we talked about starting up chapters. That was one way. And now we're kind of 4 years down the line. We're like, oh, chapters, we don't even need them. We just have, we have Zoom. We can reach each other. We no longer need to think about how we're going to help people organize in Fairbanks or how we're going to help people organize in places. We can start meeting on Zoom, and we can start doing these hybrid events. And it's a whole new world for being together and feeling together, because I think we had the technology before, but people weren't used to it, so they weren't feeling so natural about it. It felt like a barrier. So I think it's great, Ryan, that you're that we see each other again, and it's the first time since 2019, right? And yeah, let's just talk. Keep in touch across the boundaries, but let's not. I didn't mean to ignore the fact that there is a town called Fairbanks, and you need to organize on the ground. But that's exactly we can do both, right? We can be in two places at once, at least.
Just the fact that I can be literally in a different country and still be a part of this is so great, because this is the event that 3 years ago got me involved in the music industry in Alaska in the first place. And the fact that I'm 4,000 miles away right now and felt kind of detached.
You probably should be in bed. You should probably be in bed by now as well.
Oh, it's definitely 12:45 in the morning right now.
Who's got more information on that meetup that's on the 21st?
Oh, let me
hang on. The information is as follows. I can share, or maybe somebody who's trained as facilitator can share.
Is that the Nave? I know that much.
Is that the Nave? And we're going to hang out from noon to 4. We had originally planned a kind of a double bill with the summit, moving from one to the other, and we don't have the capacity to do that. And we had the capacity to beam everybody here to Juneau. So we're just going to meet. And it's going to be some food and some drinks and a small amount of, I would say the most concerted 2 hours are in the middle, and then a little bit of looseness on either side. And but it's really just a get together. So not much more information than that. And we'll, now when this is over, I'll throw myself on the email list and make sure, and the social media has already started a little bit, but
that's the 21st. What's
The
date?
21st.
Okay.
21st is the date. And do you not have I think that there's let me
Oh, I saw a little banner.
grab the slide. Yeah, yeah.
But just curious about a little more. You said there would be snacks, so I'm cool with it. The whole
Snacks
thing.
is good. You know, Lauren,
Snacks, I'm there.
we'll feed you. And there'll be an after party called Anchorage Folk Festival. So
Oh, that's right.
we got them to not move their arrangements just for us. Sorry, I'm talking too much. I don't want to hog this thing.
No, she disappears.
No, I just muted myself. I'm still here. I'm just like, shut up, Yngvil.
Well, awesome. Well, if anyone wants to, if you want to connect or share your social media or whatever, feel free to put that in the chat. If anyone has any other questions about Alaska music or any other grand schemes, ideas, we'll hang out for a few more minutes here, and then I should probably let my dog out.
It'd be interesting if during the summit there was a bulletin board for new releases. I mean, being a radio DJ, I'm looking for new releases to play. I know the Alaska Music playlist is out there and going, but it'd be kind of just interesting to hear from anybody who's here. Do you have an album you're promoting? Is there something new that we should all look out for? If you just keep it simple to.
I wonder if there could even just
album.
I wonder if there could even just be like a persistent online version of that.
Yes, there should be.
You know, maybe something like having it paired up a little bit with Codie's concert calendar. You know,
he and I have always talked about that. Yeah.
Yeah, in the same location, some kind of new release. Now, I track 20 to 30 a year just in my genre, so I, certainly miss out on many other genres. But yeah, I'd love to know if anybody's got something they want to promote. I know I've gotten Emily's recent materials. Thank you, Emily.
You're welcome.
Yeah, Lauren, as of today, Katie Heller is going back to using Aspen Yarrow as her music name, and she just put out the first single under Aspen Yarrow this morning. I can put I'll put the link in the chat.
She's amazing.
Yes.
That sounds fun. And I just shared some of Lateral Lines music on that Cat and Fish, and they're releasing something on YouTube every Tuesday, starting just last Tuesday, and it's more produced material than they've had in the past. So it's really great to hear.
Yeah, I'm really excited they're recording. The other thing that I'm thinking is with AKIMI's social media, we try to share things, and now Cameron is going to pick up social media, so it's going to be more active and like actually a thing. So you could even email. Here, let me put the email in the chat. The Music Alaska email or Alaska Playlist Project.
Hey Lauren, it's Casey Smith in Fairbanks. You played my new single A Minute, and I really appreciate it and all the singles I've been sending you, and just wanted to say I got a new album that's coming out February 14th, so I'll be sending that your way. I appreciate the love and everything.
Yeah, I appreciate you making it available. It sounds very radio ready. Thank you.
Awesome.
Casey, could you put your music in the chat so people can listen?
Sure, absolutely. Thank you.
We will have our radio station's studios finished someday. It's taken, about 3 years longer than we anticipated. I'm back in a facility right here, which we were in during the earthquake in 2018. And it's taken 4 years to get through the paperwork of FEMA and other grants for certain amounts of rebuild to happen in our studios. And as they say, you can either bypass FEMA and just get it done, or you can go with FEMA and it's going to take a long time. And so we went with that. But I swear it's within the next 6 months, we'll have a studio that's going to be custom made for live performances. And so we'll be putting something out to the community to let you know when we're back open to wanting to invite people in for live performance here in Anchorage on the radio. It's going to be
huge.
soon, and I just can't wait.
That's super awesome. Thanks for sharing with us the secrets.
That sounds really awesome, Lauren. Performing at live performances in a radio station is a lot of fun. I'll definitely be looking forward to that. This is Tater Tot. I know Lauren and I emailed each other a few times a few years ago regarding the first AKIMI event that was on GoToMeeting.com or something.
Yeah, that's right. We were setting up what were they? The town halls. As we were trying to do these these town halls separately. Now it's just bring them all together. It was a little too hard to have too many groups.
Tater Tot, do I know you from Nome?
Yes, you do. I used to work at
awesome.
Hanson.
Good morning, Tater Tot. It's good to see you again.
Good morning.
Quote unquote. It was always good morning. Good. So cool.
It's still good morning all day.
That's right. All right. Well, this is Sarah C. Hansen Hofstetter in Petersburg now. It's really nice to see you're still out there doing music.
I heard you moved. I didn't know where to.
Yeah, Southeast. Weird. Definitely. Just, I was raised in Juneau, so I'm just a hop, skip, and a jump from there.
Nice.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm so happy.
I got my kids involved in my music a little bit now too. So.
Wow. Do they bust rhymes, or do they make cool sounds, or do they play instruments?
My two oldest ones and my youngest boy sometimes beatbox, but not on any of my songs. But I have them on a couple of hooks on a couple of my songs, one of which I'm unfortunately gonna have to re-record because the file keeps corrupting, and no matter how much I try to edit that, it just won't save.
Shoot. Other plans. The music has other plans. Very strange, but it happens.
Oh yes.
Are there any plans for like more than once yearly like online meetings like of people statewide?
I'm not sure about plans for online meetings statewide. Well, probably a summit every year is kind of the goal, but yeah, there's nothing right now. Our plans are the census is like the next big thing. So you'll be hearing from us about the census, and like we're going to try and use this network of amazing people to make sure that we get it to as many people as possible. But beyond that, that's kind of like the main next thing that is reasonably within our capacity. But that's a great idea. I mean, just have like a connect session, maybe even just twice a year.
Yeah, I mean, sorry.
No, go ahead. I'm interrupting what you guys were talking
about. Yeah, I mean, like I know it's a lot of a lot of work even to put on one of these. So
just one thing at a time. But I like where your head's at.
Yeah.
Folkfest,
is coming. Folkfest is coming. Hey, I have a question. I tried to go to the musical website where you would put in your information and be a part of that. Is that live? Can we still add ourselves to that? I tried to find it and couldn't.
No, that's still private.
Okay.
Like, are you talking about for the census? For like
just no, not the census, just the directory. I wanted to put myself in the directory.
Oh yeah, so that's part of the census. So we're gonna send out like this is everyone we could find. Is this you? Can you add your information to it? Or you make your own entry if you're not someone we could have picked from the internet. But yeah, that's going to be live soon, and we're working on the cleaning up the final data for the venues as well. We went through all of the stuff from like the Google scrape, but now we have to add in the stuff that we know exists but Google didn't get. So we're in, and that's something that the census is going to help us with as well.
I want to thank everybody for hanging out today. I got to go make some programming here, and we'll see you at the Folk Festival or at the Nave in Spenard. And stay connected. Thanks.
Thanks, Lauren. Thanks for being here.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you so much, everybody. I am going to go too, and I'll see you at the Folk Fest with any luck.
Bye, Sarah. Thanks for being here.
Bye. Thank you, Emily. It was really great. Thank you so much for doing what you do.
This was so fun.
Thanks, Emily. See you later.
Thanks, Casey. Good to see you.
You too. Bye.
Oh, I love House Concert Network. That's a great idea.
Oh, that would be awesome. Yes.
Well, my dog is whining. I think it's time.
It feels like we're winding down, so I wanted to sneak those in the chat, but thanks.
I love that. Thank you so much, everybody.
Bye.
Thanks, Steve.